and then His Excellency the Ambassador, and then we'll have our Acting Permanent Secretary who will make a keynote address, and that will form the opening session this morning. Immediately after the session, we'll dive into some presentations, and we've shared the program on your tables or the sitting area. You should try and track this for the entire full day. The presentations will take us up to round about lunchtime, but a lot of these presentations will have Q&A sessions where we'll allow you, members of the association, to ask as many questions as possible. And thereafter, we'll have a lunch break and return for a panel discussion speaking to unlocking wealth back home, strategic financial investment opportunities in Uganda for the diaspora. And we want to thank the private sector that is here with us, including some of the government agencies that are present here. That will then run us into the very last part, which will be the closing of this very first Uganda Diaspora Convention. So as soon as His Excellency the Ambassador joins us and our acting PS of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will then kickstart our convention. But I want to thank all of you members of the association who have joined us this morning and for working with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through the High Commission here in Tanzania to organize this very first Uganda Diaspora Convention. So we want to appreciate all of you and thank you so much for joining us. Please let your colleagues know that we have started and they can join us throughout the day. I hope you're aware, and I'm sure the chair has shared in his many platforms about the run tomorrow. Do join us for the run tomorrow, and of course the networking dinner march later tomorrow. So once again, you're welcome. Shortly, as soon as the ambassador joins us with our PS, we will then be able to start.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that.
Your Excellencies, you're most welcome. I will request that we all be upstanding. We'll have the anthems, and the team at the back, please prepare for that. We'll have the anthems, and I want to invite Comfort. Laura, if you can get me Comfort closer for a word of prayer immediately after the anthem. So we'll have the anthems first, and then we'll have a word of prayer. So may we have the anthems, please. Standing and have a word of prayer. I wanted to invite Comfort to lead us in a word of prayer. As I await Comfort, is she closer? Please come. I should have said Excellency.
Shall we humble ourselves and pray? Our dear loving Father, we want to thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for this day, and we thank you for bringing us together from different destinations. We thank you for the journey mercies granted to each and every one. We also pray for those who are still on their way. We pray for journey mercies for them. As we start our meeting, we pray that this will be fruitful and successful, and that it will have a lasting impact regarding the issues affecting us, the Ugandans, and the way forward. Lord, as we start, we ask your blessings to be upon each and every one of us. In Jesus' mighty name I've prayed. Amen.
Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Can we appreciate everyone who's joining us today for the very first convention? Round of applause. The Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Charles Sentongo, Your Excellency, the High Commissioner of Uganda to Tanzania, Colonel Retired Fred Mwesije, Dr. Hilary Musoke Chisanja, our Senior Presidential Advisor, the Chairperson of the Association of the Ugandan Community here in Tanzania, Mr. Peter Kawa, our heads of mission and the different heads of departments and agencies present here from the Republic of Uganda, the heads of agencies from the United Republic of Tanzania who are joining us this morning, our key stakeholders, the private sector that have joined us again this morning at this very first Uganda Diaspora Convention, the diaspora community that is present here, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you all and thank you for joining us for this very first Uganda Diaspora Convention. I am delighted to have joined you and for coming back to this beautiful city, Dar es Salaam. And I want to appreciate both the High Commission and the Association for the invitation. I want to take the singular honor and pleasure of inviting the Chairperson of the Association of the Ugandan Community here in Tanzania to come and make his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome Mr. Peter Kawa? Round of applause.
Your Excellency, the Ugandan High Commissioner in Tanzania, Permanent Secretary, Acting Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Uganda, our distinguished guests, esteemed members of the Ugandan diaspora, I greet you all and at the same time take the pleasure to welcome you all to this opening of the landmark Uganda Diaspora Convention, the first of its kind in Tanzania. My warm welcome to all our guests, especially you, the vibrant and impactful Ugandan diaspora gathered here today. Thank you for coming. Welcome. As we celebrate today, I call it celebration, and harness the power of our global Ugandan community, connecting with each other, sharing ideas and building a strong future for our beloved Uganda. For many years, the diaspora has been a vital and often unseen force in Uganda's development through your remittances, expertise, and contributions to our global community that have been invaluable. The convention represents a continued significant step forward in recognizing and engaging with this critical group of the Ugandans. Therefore, we gather today not just as Ugandans, but as a united community, bound by shared heritage and commitment to the progress of our nation. This convention will therefore provide a unique platform for dialogue, networking, and forging new partnerships that will benefit Uganda and the diaspora alike under our theme, harnessing the diaspora potential for socio-economic transformation, strengthening Uganda-Tanzania ties. The agenda before us is ambitious and exciting. We shall look into various aspects of Ugandan development, explore investment opportunities, discuss policy initiatives, and share experiences and insights from different areas across the country where we are residents. I therefore urge you to take full advantage of this opportunity to engage with each other and the government officials and other stakeholders present with us today. And let us work together, build bridges, share those ideas, and create a future where the Ugandan diaspora is not just a part of, but an integral driver of our nation's progress. I'm confident that this convention will be a powerful catalyst for change, fostering greater collaboration and creating a stronger and more vibrant Uganda for us all. Therefore, my fellow countrymen, I again take the opportunity to say welcome. Let us sit, discuss, share ideas. By the end of the day, we shall have learned a lot from the interactions we shall have made. Thank you all.
Can we appreciate our chairperson, ladies and gentlemen? I was shocked the diaspora is not celebrating their own chairperson. P.S., I am excited that the chairperson is now speaking like a Ugandan official. He's talking about catalytic, power to change things and enforce transformation in our own country. But the power is in your hands as the diaspora, and it's very nice to see that the diaspora is now appreciating where we're going. And P.S., it's very interesting that since we have now a strategy of tenfold growth, the diaspora have a critical role in getting us to the $500 billion US economy that we want by 2040. So allow me now to take the pleasure of inviting His Excellency the Ambassador of Uganda to this, the United Republic of Tanzania, to come and make his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency the Ambassador.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa ndugu yangu. Good morning everybody. Habari asubuhi. Welcome to Dar es Salaam, those who have come from Uganda. Ambassador Charles Sentongo, representing the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, distinguished participants, fellow Ugandans in Tanzania, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Good morning. It is my singular honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this first Uganda Diaspora Convention in Tanzania. This event marks an important step in our continued efforts to strengthen engagement and collaboration with Uganda community living and working in the diaspora, particularly here in the United Republic of Tanzania. This convention has been convened with a clear objective to provide a platform for constructive dialogue, collaboration, and connection among Ugandans in Tanzania, key government institutions, the private sector, and development partners. Under the theme, Harnessing the Diaspora, Potential for Socio-Economic Transformation, Strengthening the Uganda-Tanzania Ties. We aim to inspire action of ideas and partnerships that can accelerate Uganda's social and economic growth. Over the next 2 days, we shall dive into a wide range of issues that affect and involve our diaspora community, from trade and investment, financial inclusion and social security, to public service access and regional integration. In addition to these important discussions, we're excited to host a networking gala, providing a space for formal engagement and idea exchange, as well as diaspora run, which reflects our shared values and wellness, unity, and community celebrations. Distinguished participants, Ugandans in diaspora continue to play a vital role in our country's development through remittances, entrepreneurships, skills transfer, community support, cultural exchange, and interactions that promote innovation, research, and diaspora networks that stimulate trade and investment. You are therefore not just living abroad, you are actively shaping the image and voice of future Uganda. As the High Commission, we reaffirm our commitment to serve you better, listen to your ideas, to your needs, and work with relevant ministries and agencies back home and here in the United Republic of Tanzania to ensure that your rights and interests are protected and promoted. Before I conclude, I wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all those who have made it to this convention possible. Special thanks go to the Association of Ugandans in Tanzania for their collaboration and mobilization, as well as the staff of the Uganda High Commission, whose dedication, planning, and hard work brought this event to life. And on this note, I'd like to ask the staff of the Uganda High Commission to stand up so that you are appreciated. Please stand up. Why are you very far? I'd like to see and appreciate the Ugandans living in Dar es Salaam and who have made it to this conference. Please stand up, Ugandans in diaspora. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Asante, asanteni sana. I also acknowledge the valuable support of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uganda, particularly the Department of Diaspora Affairs and Public Diplomacy, and all our partners and sponsors whose contributions have assured the success of this event. And I would like to see, samahani Mheshimiwa Balozi, you don't have to stand, but I would like to see those officials from Ministry of Foreign Affairs who have made it to this convention. Please stand up so you are appreciated. Please stand up. And I would like to see our partners from private sector, like the banks, I've seen NSSF. Please stand up so that you are appreciated. There is Centenary, there is NSF, there is Post Bank. So karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana. And there is also people from Migration Department of Uganda and Tanzania. Please stand up for appreciation. Asanteni sana. To each and every one of you present here today, thank you for showing up and being part of this transformative journey. Let us use this moment not just to celebrate, but to build and act together for Uganda. Thank you very much for listening to me, and God bless you. Let me take this singular honor and prayer to invite the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Ambassador Charles Sentongo. Karibu sana. Karibu.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner, retired Colonel Mwesige, the Chairman of the Uganda Association in Dar, of the Ugandan community in Dar, and I should, in the interest of full disclosure, I used to be one of them. Then colleagues from Uganda, distinguished members of the diaspora, ladies and gentlemen, may I say how pleased we are to be with you today, and habari za asubuhi. It's an honor to be with you today and grateful to be provided an opportunity to engage in a meaningful dialogue with the Ugandan diaspora community in Tanzania. We are here meeting under the theme, harnessing the diaspora potential for socio-economic transformation while strengthening Uganda-Tanzania ties. I should say from the outset that historically, the Ugandan diaspora in Tanzania has had a significant, and if not the most significant, impact on the socio-economic transformation, including the political transformation in that regard. This is based on our shared history and our cultural ties. At the outset, also allow me to express my sincere appreciation to our hosts, the government and the people of the United Republic of Tanzania, for the fraternal relations that exist between our two countries. I also wish to thank the staff of Uganda High Commission led by the High Commissioner and leadership of Uganda community for organizing this event. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as has been mentioned before, Uganda government prioritizes promoting and protecting Uganda's interests globally with a special focus on supporting Uganda's citizens like yourselves who are living and working abroad. To that end, our 40 diplomat missions abroad, which have accreditation in numerous countries, are tasked and have been asked to prioritize to address the needs and the concerns of the diplomatic community, the diaspora community, wherever they are. I take this opportunity to reaffirm that the government is cognizant of the fact that you, the diaspora members, are among our best assets. Sharing your skills, creativity, and boundless ingenuity is always what we seek for. We acknowledge your contribution to Uganda's socio-economic development across the various sectors, such as remittances, which have become a major source of foreign exchange. There has been a debate in Uganda whether foreign exchange and foreign remittances are number one or number two, but I think our Bank of Uganda officials will be able to settle that. Investment in real estate, tourism, agriculture, and other sectors. Contribution to development of schools, medical facilities, and other community projects. What you find wherever you are, you find a facility that has been contributed to by members of the diaspora. We indeed applaud you for that. You have also been our ambassadors, or silent ambassadors, promoting the image of our country and advocating for support and various social causes, leave alone defending it when Uganda's interests are under attack. I hope the representative of URA is here. If you look at the coffers at home, your imprint is there. You are contributing to the national coffers through the taxes you pay on the various activities, be through trade, be through the projects you have done at home. And this is one of the issues at the core of our economy. In recognition of this important contribution, it is one of the main goals of the government to continue facilitating your active involvement in each and every aspect of our country's socio-economic development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we recognize diaspora's community needs are diverse, encompassing consular services, legal assistance, economic opportunity support, information, networking, and reintegration, among others. I'm pleased to report that our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, diplomatic missions, and other government agencies have attempted to address your various needs, including the provision of information on key opportunities back home and updates on Uganda, providing support to Ugandans in diaspora, including those in prisons, deportation centers, and hospitals, the easy processing of passports and travel documents, assisting in the issuance of national ID cards for Ugandans who may wish to get them, authenticating your documents, be academic, official, marriage certificates, and other business-related projects, facilitating and finding the remains of the deceased or loved ones if they have died abroad. We are further engaging with the diaspora community through various fora and events in countries like the US, Canada, and now here, through such fora like UNA Convention. When I came in, people said the numbers are few. I say, no, the numbers are big for a start. Mr. Kawa and your team, this is a good start. I recall when I first worked in the US, UNA had just started. We couldn't fit in this hall. Now this hall cannot accommodate all the UNA members. The extent that now the groups are holding multiple events. So this is a good start, and we start to thank the High Commission and the community for this start. On another level, our government has lobbied for employment opportunities for our brothers and sisters to take up employment opportunities in regional and international organizations. If you go to Arusha, we have our brothers and sisters working there. If you go to the UN, the number of Ugandans who are working there. And part of that has been because of the effort of the government, but most important, because of their capacity. Let me say that in the case of East Africa, which is at the heart of our interaction, we continue to work with our partners on efforts aimed at facilitating trade among our citizens. I'm sure many of you, when I lived here, a number of nationals from our country were among the key traders between here and Uganda. So part of the process we're involved in, and part of the effort as the Commission, I think on a day-to-day basis is always involved, is to work at efforts aimed at facilitating, always mentioning the non-tariff barriers, giving support where it's possible. Then also we continue to work with our partners on ensuring that the free movement of East African community citizens is unhindered. And of course, on other issues relating to working in our respective countries. These are matters I think we shall get to hear about them, the challenges you may be facing working here, or we get to also the challenge of nationals may be facing in Uganda. These efforts, I should say, have gone some way in assisting our diaspora community in their respective countries of abroad, including Tanzania. As I mentioned, as members of diaspora, you are crucial to Uganda's development. Your expertise, skills, and investments can significantly contribute to our nation's growth and prosperity. The government has implemented various initiatives to encourage your participation and investment in these key sectors, including diaspora investment incentives such as tax breaks and exemptions, not only for investors but also for Ugandans coming back home, streamlined and simplified registration processes for businesses and investments, access to funding for diaspora-led projects, regular diaspora engagement initiatives such as this one we are participating in today to exchange ideas. As you heard, ladies and gentlemen, the government seeks to remove bottlenecks impeding our country's development. You had the Vision 2040 which was mentioned by the MC, under which government is aiming at growing the economy tenfold from 50 billions to 500 billions. Under this one, and as an effort to remove the bottlenecks, government has emphasized and laid the main focus on the mechanization of agriculture, improving the transport infrastructure, investing in people by improving their skills, accelerating industrialization. All this is aimed at growing the economy from the existing 50 billion level to 500 billion. There are opportunities for Ugandans back home, but most important for the diaspora and international partners. During the course of the day, colleagues will be amplifying these opportunities, and you see where you can take advantage, whether in the field of transportation, whether in the field of improving human skills, but most important, recommitting your dedication to the development of our country. You may also have heard among the regional projects we are undertaking with our partner state here, including the oil pipeline, which is soon starting to be constructed from Hoima to Tanga. These are opportunities that are going to help improve our nation's economy, but at the same time improve our economic and commercial interaction with Tanzania, and invariably present opportunities to you and other Ugandans. As I said, over the course of the day, government representatives and members of the private sector will engage with you through various panels and discussions and presentations to highlight the opportunities available in the various sectors which are of interest to you, particularly on the premise of those sectors under Vision 2040. This also presents an opportunity to government to listen and listen from your experiences. Some of you are working at top-notch companies. Some of you have first information on what needs to be done to improve trade between Uganda and Tanzania and in the region. Many times the bureaucrats, we sit and say, maybe this is what can be done. There are those areas which we can look at from your perspective. I must point out an issue which someone mentioned to me, and I said, I was seated 2 weeks ago with a Congolese businessman. He does business in Uganda. And he mentioned something, maybe Mr. Chisanja, special advisor, can look at it. And I was telling him how we are looking forward to the standard gauge rail. He said, yes, it's very good, but don't ignore road transport. He highlighted to me how that truck moving to Kabale to Kampala, the opportunities it creates along the various centers. He told me you can imagine from Kampala. He said now if a truck takes off with matoke or Irish potatoes from Kabale, at each and every center there's an economic activity. And this activity goes to the man and the woman, the one selling cassava, the one. So it's such small thing when we are planning which we don't look at, which also need, and I'm glad the gentleman of the skilling center and the small businesses here, it's something which we need to look at. How can we go beyond the traditional markets and look at the impact of such movement? We all know that in Uganda the markets are by week and week. How do we integrate them in this process? You have experience how it's done here and how we can do it in Uganda. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I come to the conclusion of my remarks, I wish to commend and thank all of you in a special way for the support you have extended to your families or our families back home. Each one of you has made an imprint on your families at home. You are nuclear and extended. It's amazing to hear how many people say, I'm waiting for my school fees to come from Dubai, from London, from TZ to be able to go back to be able to college. And even understand institutions, I've even made contacts with you. They even send you message that your kids have not yet now. We said under Vision 20, we are looking at investment in the human capital. Already you are there. We also note that you have also invested in projects like schools, which we encourage you to send some branches back to Uganda because also the need is still there. We also applaud you for your significant contribution you are making to the development of our country and wish to reiterate government's commitment to commit in a very special way that we shall continue supporting your efforts and work with you as we strive to develop our country. May God bless you for God and my country.
Can we appreciate the Permanent Secretary for his opening statement? Your presentation, PS, was very elaborate on the role of the ministry and the High Commission in supporting the diaspora community here in Tanzania, but also across the world. We want to quickly move into our next session. We lost a bit of time. So what we'll do in case, in case you feel like you want to have a quick cup of coffee, you can do that later, but we will allow for us to continue so that we recover some time. We have several presentations to make before we break for the very first session that will allow for our panel discussion later this afternoon. And we believe that the key diaspora issues must be highlighted today, and that these sessions will help us provide the information you need, but also the amount of time you need to ask as many questions as possible. So allow me invite from the Office of the President, Dr. Hilary Musoke Chisanja, who's a Senior Presidential Advisor. He will be talking to us on government policies for the diaspora and available support structures and engagement strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome Dr. Chisanja?
Our senior comrade, the Ugandan High Commissioner in Tanzania, His Excellency retired Fred Mwesije, the acting PS and Chief of Protocol, Senior Charles Sentongo, dear Ugandans in the Tanzanian diaspora, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so humbled today to be part of history in starting the Tanzanian diaspora conventions. I'll be here in two categories. One, to deliver the message from His Excellency, the President of Uganda, and what efforts he's putting in place to support the diaspora communities across the world. Two, I'll represent the head of the diaspora unit and the Senior Presidential Advisor in charge of diaspora, Mr. Muhammad Bagonza, who was not able to make it here. You know, the President is touring the country in PDM. He comes from Nakasongola, and so he was receiving the President in Nakasongola for the last 1 week. As a liaison officer in the diaspora office, I had to come and deliver messages to the different questions, to the different challenges that you people have in the diaspora, and also have information, because Ambassador Sentongo will bear witness that wherever we go in the diaspora, many Ugandans don't have information about what is happening back home. And the only way they are getting that information, Your Excellency, is on social media, which is usually fabricated. You find people angered, people sad, yet they are getting anger for nothing. So it is very important that we create a rapport and platforms like these that we can come and disseminate information to you, and also to know how you are going to have service delivery reached out to you. Since I'm in two categories, let me personally, allow me take some time to first give you a brief, small history of Uganda, because some of you have been here for 10, 20 years. Your parents maybe were here for 30 years, to give you a brief history of Uganda so that you can know why the diaspora is very important. In 1962, you remember very well that Uganda gained its independence. However, by gaining its independence, Uganda was left in the hands of unprepared Ugandans. When the colonialists went, they deliberately handed over Uganda in the hands of unprepared Ugandans, politically and economically. And you witness a number of presidents that changed during that period. I think there are about 9 until when Afande and President Museveni came into power. Uganda had changed 9 presidents. And all our expatriates were killed, all went to exile like Tanzania. All our rich people were killed. Everyone who was doing well had to run away for peace. And there comes 1986, when His Excellency Colonel Fred Mwesigye and the team went and liberated Uganda that had politically and economically gone to the limbo. And that is your Uganda. Uganda is found in Africa. And most of the countries in Africa are developing countries. They are still poor. Because, one, most of them were colonized, resources looted by those who wanted to be the kings, the white people. I will not name many. So being a poor country and having been torn by wars, death, conflicts, wrangles, Uganda was liberated in 1986, and President Museveni won what we call a political armed struggle. And I assure you, dear people in Tanzania, there is no political struggle in Uganda. What is a problem now that the president is fighting is an economic liberation struggle. To see how do Ugandans earn money? How can they create wealth? How can Ugandans have better services, hospitals, education, universities, infrastructure, the roads, border-to-border connection? How can Ugandans get access to low-cost finances? How do we build factories to create jobs for our young people? How do we skill the young generation? You are very much aware that having brought so many good programs into the country, they are what we call challenges of success. Challenges of success, these people decided to educate Ugandans free, primary. Secondary, free. University, free. Now, what do you expect? Unemployment. That is, no doubt, unemployment will be there. Because those days, graduates in a sub-county, you could have 1, 2, 3 graduates. But now, every home is graduating young people. And you know very well, dear Ugandans, that we are very fertile. Our women can produce as many as they want. Our men, most of them, their work is just to produce because there's abundance of peace, abundance of fresh food. So Ugandan women are very fertile. We thank God for that. So the population growth definitely will have a bearing on services, on the roads, on the health centers, on the education system, and everything. So now, having that in mind, we must compare Uganda to a relationship, to a marriage. What does it mean? You fall in love with this young, beautiful young lady from Centenary Bank. Then you decide to make children. She gets pregnant. 9 months down the road, this woman will deliver. This baby will start growing. This baby will start to stand up, walk. And after walking, what does it do? The baby can run. Dear Ugandans in Tanzania, Uganda is at the stage of walking. But very soon it will run. Unfortunately, self-centered people, both local and outside, want Uganda to run when it is at the stage of walking. That means when you make this kid run, you are going to crush the kid, he will fall down. That's why you have to prioritize and go in stages by prioritizing what is vital for Uganda to be transformed. I wanted to be very clear so that you people know the history of Uganda. Some of you here who have, if you took 2-3 years without returning to your motherland, you may even get lost in some places. You'll find a lot of changes going on. Unfortunately, our people in the other political world, for them what they do, they bring only the bad issues. When you read on social media here, you say, Banange, Uganda is breeding. Uganda is disaster. My brother, Uganda is paradise. From where we were and where we are going, Uganda is paradise. For them, they are comparing Uganda to Tanzania, to Kenya. Uganda was in war for 30, 50 years. When we were importing everything from Tanzania, from Kenya, from South Africa, from China, from India, matchbox, beer, sugar, milk. When abanywa amatanga, tunywaga mikebe imported. Everything from food to Uganda didn't have anything. The economy was in limbo. That's why you people are very important for us to see how do you utilize your potential, your experience to come and build Uganda. The virus that is going to eat our country is that President Museveni, having brought a lot of peace, freedom, democracy, sometimes we tend to misuse it and only talk negative about our country, blackmail our country, and in so doing, we are sending away those so-called prospecting investors and tourists who would bring in dollars to look after your grandmother in the village in Chichana Mukaka, your sisters who never managed to come here, your parents, or your siblings. So we must first of all rebrand Uganda wherever we are. Let us love Uganda. We can differ. It is very okay to differ in political ideology because it is President Museveni who brought the multi-party system and said no, people must decide their own leader. So you are very free to decide which party you support, but you prioritize Uganda. When it comes to Uganda, let us be one. Let us rebrand Uganda, sell Uganda, promote Uganda. This country has potential to grow its economy as long as we can galvanize your expertise, the diaspora people, your skills, your finances. Uganda is a good investment destination. Don't remain with your money here. We have worked out on a number of challenges that you people have been facing as I will present the official document from the office. So I wish I request you that we be ambassadors of our country wherever we are. I've seen in other countries where we go with Ambassador Chairperson, you find people talking a lot of evil on the country, either to get papers for their personal benefits at the expense of a country. But Uganda and Tanzania, here I know we are brothers and sisters. The history of President Museveni and his colleagues here, most of it, 90%, originated from here, Tanzania. So that was a short synopsis just to remind you where we came from, where we are, and where we are going. And allow me, Your Excellency, since we have limited time, to now read, because when I start explaining, it will take a lot of time, and these people have already taken us through some of the things. Others may follow, on the screen. Distinguished guests, leaders of the Ugandan community in Tanzania, representatives from government ministries and agencies, our esteemed diasporans, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor and privilege to join you at this historic first Ugandan Diaspora Convention in Tanzania. I bring you warm greetings and best wishes from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, who recognizes and deeply values and the contribution of Ugandans living abroad. This convention is more than a gathering, it is a movement, a call to action. It signals a new chapter in our collective commitment to engaging the Ugandan diaspora as a vital force for socio-economic transformation. The power and promise of the diaspora. The Ugandan diaspora is not only a source of remittances, now contributing to over 5.5 trillion annually, but a wellspring of knowledge, innovation, networks, and entrepreneurship skills. Our citizens abroad are serving as global ambassadors, building bridges between Uganda and the world. Your presence here today, whether as students, business people, professionals, or community leaders, is testament to your enduring love for Uganda and your willingness to invest in her future. Strengthening the Ugandan-Tanzanian relationship, Tanzania is not just a neighbor, as I told you, it is a strategic partner and a sister nation. Our shared history, culture, and aspirations make this an ideal location to deepen diaspora engagement. I commend the High Commission and the Consulate in Arusha for organizing this convention and for their ongoing work in supporting Ugandans abroad. Let us leverage this forum to foster stronger bilateral economic, cultural, and people-to-people ties between our countries. The government of Uganda, through various ministries, agencies, and initiatives, is committed to facilitating diaspora participation in national development, from dual citizenship and access to national IDs, to investment, incentives, pension schemes, and real estate opportunities. We are aligning policies to make it easier and safer for you to engage. We also aim to make government services more accessible, transparent, and responsible to diaspora needs. The presentations and interactive sessions during this convention are designed to provide you with the practical, actionable information. For your information, His Excellency decided to set up this diaspora unit under State House, having gathered a lot of problems and challenges for our people in Europe, in the US, in Canada. So it is directly reporting to him whatever activities that go on, whatever challenges you people find. Key initiatives to support the diaspora. Please listen here. Diaspora Information Management System. We have developed a comprehensive diaspora information management system to register all Ugandans living abroad voluntarily. This system will provide critical insights into the demographics and distribution of Ugandans overseas, enabling efficient consular services, policy formulation, and targeted support. We are also introducing the Diaspora app, a one-stop platform consolidating all government and embassy services. This app will offer real-time information, news updates, and interactive features that connect Ugandans worldwide. It will make engagement easier and more effective, ensuring you remain connected to Uganda wherever you are. Diaspora engagement and feedback mechanism, which is a call center. Communication is key. That is why we are establishing a diaspora call center, allowing members of the diaspora to directly reach us for assistance and inquiries. This system will facilitate real-time interaction between the diaspora and government agencies, ensuring your concerns are addressed promptly and efficiently. The National Diaspora Policy. We are working hand in hand with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to develop the diaspora policy. Our aim is to create a framework that improves effective mobilization, facilitates investment, and encourages structured engagement. We have so far carried out benchmarking exercises in Ethiopia, India, and recently Kenya. This will provide us with valuable insights to ensure that our policy aligns with global best practices. The Diaspora Fund, one of the key proposals under discussions is the establishment of a Diaspora Fund modeled after the parish development model. This fund will support diaspora-led investments projects, providing financial assistance for business ventures and economic activities that contribute to Uganda's growth. This initiative will not only empower the diaspora, but also ensure that Uganda benefits from your entrepreneurial spirit and expertise. Other countries have successfully implemented similar models. China, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Malaysia have all diaspora investment mechanisms that have significantly boosted their economies. Uganda must follow suit. We want to support you so that you can generate wealth where you are, invest back home, and in turn strengthen our economy. By doing so, we can increase diaspora remittances from current 5.5 trillion, creating a win-win situation for both you and your country, enhancing service delivery for the Ugandan diaspora. One of our top priorities is streamline service delivery for Ugandans abroad. We recognize that access to essential government services should be efficient, transparent, and responsive to your needs. That is why we have taken significant steps to ensure that challenges you once faced in obtaining critical documents like passports, national IDs, and land verification are now a thing of the past. I can confidently say that today there is no Ugandan in the diaspora struggling to get a passport. If you apply for a passport, you can now receive it within a day. This is a milestone we take pride in, and it reflects the government's commitment to ensuring that you do not face unnecessary delays or frustrations in securing your essential documents. Similarly, we have made a great strides in the issuance of the national IDs through collaboration with the relevant ministries. We have established diaspora desks in key government institutions to facilitate efficient processing. These desks are dedicated to serving you, ensuring you receive the support you need without delays that once prejudiced the processes. Another key area we have focused on land ownership. You know, land is a problem back home in Uganda. I'm sure even my senior Ambassador Charles has land issues. No one is safe. So another key area we have focused on is land ownership and verification. We recognize that many Ugandans in the diaspora have faced challenges in securing and managing their properties back home. In response, we have established a diaspora desk under the Ministry of Lands to assist you. There's an officer in charge of diaspora so that people don't defraud you, giving you fake land titles, selling you land in the swamps, when in the pictures they showed you land which is on the mainland. Additionally, we are working closely with the Ministry of Lands to integrate a land information management system that will allow you to verify land ownership remotely. When you are here in Tanzania, when that system is finished, you'll be here to really go and see that, yes, this land is genuine. So you can verify. This system will not only provide details about a property, but also display the rightful owner's photo. This measure will will enhance transparency and protect Ugandans abroad from land fraud and illegal transactions. Your voices matter. Let me be clear, diaspora engagement is not a one-way street. It is a dialogue, a partnership. We want to hear your experiences, your challenges, your solutions. The government is listening, and we are committed to implementing the insights and recommendations that will arise from this convention. Conclusions: building bridges, creating impact. As a Senior Presidential Advisor and Liaison Officer for Diaspora Affairs, Our office is dedicated to ensuring that the diaspora remains connected, empowered, and engaged. You are not outsiders looking in you as central players in Uganda's development story. Let us move from potential to impact, from dialogue to action, and from connection to transformation. Together we can build a Uganda that is more prosperous, inclusive, and globally connected. I wish to remind you that those who are believers, followers of Jesus, Jesus was once a diaspora. Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was once a diaspora, and they have changed the world. Every now and then, millions are following them. My appeal to you, let us not engage our conversions into politics. When we meet, let us be Ugandans. Don't mix politics, because politics is another game where red becomes white, black becomes green. Let us be one and promote Uganda. I thank you, and I look forward to fruitful discussions and enduring partnerships for God and my country. Thank you for listening.
Can we appreciate Dr. Chisanja once more? We want to appreciate what you're doing with the diaspora and the continuous engagements you have. Just before we continue, two things, and my PS asked. We have a working coffee PS, so we are trying to save some time. So when you feel like coffee, please pick it and come back into the room. But secondly, and I was just sharing with my colleague Rukari from NSSF, the contribution, Ambassador, to GDP of the diaspora is about 1.4 billion US dollars, accounting now for 3% of our GDP. So this is a very important meeting, and I'm glad you mentioned the diaspora in the US and how that became a big movement now, and it has become very competitive, that in fact they became two factions. It used to be one faction, now there are two factions in the US. But that said, we want to appreciate the contribution of the diaspora in building our country, and we are now going to dig into the real presentations about how government is supporting the diaspora in working with our communities in the different countries around the world to ensure that your money comes back home to support the development in our country. So I want to invite from the Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Ms. Judith Kasozi Namaganda, to come and make her presentation. Can we welcome our Senior Immigration Officer, ladies and gentlemen? And as she comes, just for you, the diaspora members, since you're here, today and tomorrow you can actually move with your ID. The enrollment is ongoing, that process is ongoing. So when you find time during the breaks, engage our NERA team. They will also be speaking shortly, but that will be happening in the next few days here and at the embassy. So it's an opportunity for you as members of the diaspora to enroll for the new national ID. All right.
Your Excellency, the Ambassador, Permanent Secretary of MOFA, Chair to the DA community, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. Habari, muli mutia, horo, you're really Ugandan. I'll take you through. My name has been given. I'm Namaganda Kasozi Judith. I'm from Ministry of Internal Affairs, Directorate of Citizenship and Immigration Control. I'm here to take you through who we are, what we do, and how we facilitate the diaspora. We know you need us, and because of communication gap, probably you are being fleeced. Please listen in and get to know how you can get to us. In my presentation, I'll take you through our mission, our mandate, what citizenship is, how you lose citizenship, how we facilitate former Ugandans. Former Ugandans are those people who have lost citizenship, and travel document application. By travel document, I mean the passports, I mean the certificates of identity, and for Tanzania's case, I mean the temporary movement permits. Please be aware, national IDs are not a movement document between Uganda and Tanzania. The vision of Ministry of Internal Affairs is to ensure, maintain internal security, peace, and stability. Whereas the mission, the vision of my mother department is to be the model of excellency in immigration service delivery. I hope we are being the model. Our mandate runs from border management, facilitation, and regulation as you move in and out of Uganda. It includes processing of visas for those who need them. For passes, we mean dependent passes and certificates of residence. We process and issue national travel documents. We inspect, investigate, prosecute, and remove illegal immigrants in Uganda. We verify, process, grant, cancel Ugandan citizenship. If you have a problem with illegal immigrants in Uganda, we are responsible. Then what is citizenship? Citizenship refers to a legal status acquired by an individual within a state to which the individual offers allegiance and which confers certain rights and responsibilities to that person. Many of you diasporans have now become citizens of Tanzania. This gives you rights and it gives you responsibilities. But remember, you were originally Ugandans and we still need you. What does Uganda, when I'm in Uganda, who is a citizen? In Uganda, we have citizens by birth. When I say by birth, what do we mean? According to our 1995 Constitution, a citizen of Uganda by birth is one born in or out of Uganda. The person's parents or grandparents must be from the 65. You belong to one of the 65 communities, indigenous communities of Uganda, as is listed in the 3rd schedule of the Constitution. So for you to be a citizen of Uganda by birth, you can be born in Dar, so long as you are a member of one of our indigenous communities, and the community must have existed and resided in Uganda by the 1st day of February 1926. So you could be here, but your child is Ugandan. In Uganda, we have what we call citizens by registration. These are people who apply out of either long stay or marriage, and they become Ugandans. So you could be Ugandan, you're here, and your wife becomes Ugandan. We have citizens by naturalization. These are people who have stayed in Uganda for a long time and have become so much like Ugandans. It's after 20 years, you know a certain language. We can no longer trace where you came from. You can apply and become a Ugandan. And lastly, as the newest entrant, are the dual citizens. This was pushed for by diasporans just like you. They had gone out there, acquired citizenships of other countries, but they wished to be Ugandans as well. For example, you could be British but Ugandan. You could be American but Ugandan. And we facilitate you to become as such That means you have two citizenship at the same time. What are the advantages of citizenship, especially for you diasporans, dual citizenship? The advantages are that, one, you can participate in the political space. You can own property just like any other Ugandan. You can come in and out of Uganda as you wish. You are aware that many people in the diaspora who are not Ugandan anymore need visas to come in. We've always been taken on, why would someone like Namagembe need a visa to come to Uganda? The answer is simple, it's legal. You're Namagembe, but you all hold a British passport. You're Namagembe, but you hold a Tanzanian passport, meaning you're not Ugandan, you're Tanzanian. You're only lucky that Uganda and Tanzania have agreed through the East African community that their citizens will enter freely. But even as a Tanzanian, I permit you in then as Tanzanian. So that's the beauty with this dual citizenship for people who have acquired citizenship of another country. How do I familiarize myself with citizenship? All immigration facilities are online, and this is meant to serve diasporans better. So you can log in on www.visas.immigration.go.ug. We have files there, and for our dual citizens, the application is at $200. Upon approval, you're entitled to use your passports interchangeably. I want to remind you that Tanzania does not allow dual citizenship. So for our Ugandans who have become Tanzanian, you cannot hold dual citizenship. Dual citizenship is acceptable on the fact, on the premise that the other country permits it. What do the dual citizens need to be noticed as dual citizens? You must be above 18 years, which is the major age in Uganda. You fill necessary documents. You apply, of course. We must verify that you belong to one of the 65 indigenous communities, and you will be a dual citizen. What does it mean? What implications does it have on your future if you hold this citizenship? One, you can never be a president. Just the way, if you take on Tanzanian citizenship, you can never be president of Uganda because you owe allegiance to another country. There are posts and positions you can never hold, and that's a standard in many countries. For example, you can't be CDF, you can't be IGP, you cannot work where I'm working, you cannot work in security organizations because you owe allegiance to another country. I've gone through the benefits. You're basically a Ugandan at that point. I wanted to take you through citizenship by marriage because you diasporans many a times have married from other countries. Yes, the moment you marry, your spouse and your children can be facilitated to take on Ugandan identity. If your marriage is valid and subsisting for about 5 years, you can apply on the portal I gave you, and your spouse can become a citizen. I won't go through dual citizenship for spouses because Tanzania does not accept dual citizenship. Then we go to loss of citizenship. I know this is an issue to the diasporans here because as you take on the citizenship of this country, you're required to lose the Ugandan citizenship. A citizen of Uganda of full age and capacity who acquires citizenship of another country, and that country requires you to renounce, we have put the process for you online. You can do it in the comfort of your home. You apply for loss of citizenship on www.visas.immigration.go.ug. However, you have to show us that there's a country taking you on so that you do not become stateless. You have to write to the board in the application. You prove that you're Ugandan. You swear a statutory declaration. You get recommended by a citizen by birth. For purposes of our people in the diaspora, a letter from the embassy is sufficient. You don't have to go looking for a recommender. The embassy will write for you that XYZ is resident in Tanzania and is desirous of becoming a citizen of Tanzania. You pay a processing fee of 100,000 and your application will be looked at. Upon approval of that application, you will get notification on your email. And at that point, you require a letter that you will take to the Tanzanian government that you have renounced being Ugandan. How do you get that letter? You can send that approval with all your documents to someone in Uganda and we'll give them that letter. When you get that letter, we require of you to deposit all Ugandan documents at the embassy. And from that point, you will cease to be a Ugandan. However, you need not worry. Since you're citizens of Uganda by birth, at any time you want your citizenship, the application is online. You'll put in, you'll apply that I lost my citizenship on such a date, and your citizenship will be given back to you. So diasporans, don't fear to take on these citizenships. Don't fear to grow, to manifest, to go beyond borders. We are ready to facilitate you through any process. How then, if you've lost your citizenship, how do we keep facilitating you as a Ugandan? You're Mr. Kavuma, you're no longer Ugandan, you now hold a green passport. I've seen that Tanzanian is green, but you have roots back home. Because of the diaspora and contribution, we've come up with facilities to keep facilitating you. You could opt for a certificate of residence for life. This shows you're not Ugandan, but you're free to move in and out of Uganda at any time. This application is on www.visas.immigration.go, same portal. You look for certificate of residence and you go to former Ugandan. We have a few documents we ask for and you will fully be recognized as a resident for life. This is the equivalent of what many people know as the green card. There's been an argument, but my children will lose their roots. We also facilitate children of former Ugandans. You simply show us, I was born Ugandan, I'm from the indigenous community. I've since taken on citizenship of probably Tanzania, of Netherlands, of Lesotho, of Botswana. Those are countries that don't allow dual citizenship. And we will help you identify those children in order to keep the roots of Uganda. I move to the last sector of my presentation, and these are the travel documents. There are a number of travel documents that can help you move in and out of Uganda, but of course the most known is the passport. There's a small paper halfway. I think those who use borders, Mutukula, you've seen it. That paper is at 10,000 Uganda shillings. That's about $3 or less than $3. That paper facilitates you to move in Tanzania. The problem is it limits you to 3 months because it's a paper without many security features. We have something called a certificate of identity. It's also paper that we are automating soon. And this paper is given on all exit points, even the airport. It's at Port Bell, it's at headquarters. It facilitates you to move to the ESC countries. It helps you move to the COMESA countries. It's 40,000 Ugandan shillings, and it runs for a year. So please don't be stuck if you feel you deposited your passport in the Canadian embassy and you need to move. We are facilitated as diasporans anytime to move freely around. Then we go to the passport that many people know. How do you acquire a passport? I hope you're all aware. The application process is online. www.passports.go.ug. You fill in, you make an appointment, and you schedule to appear. You schedule anywhere. There's a drop-down list. For those of you who cannot come, like the diasporans, please get a letter from the embassy. The letter will specifically tell us XYZ applied for passport and is in Tanzania. The moment you get those documents together, you choose someone at home and put it in writing. I've chosen XYZ to follow my passport application. We will help that person facilitate your passport processing, and that person will pick it up and give it to you. So please don't be stuck. However, I was categorically told that as you apply for passports, you change names, either through marriage, through commitment. Please ensure that if there's a change of name, it is backed by the necessary legal documents. That is a gazette and a deed poll showing that you're one and the same person, but you're simply changing the name. In my conclusion, we are dedicated to continuously facilitating and serving Ugandans in the diaspora for God and my country. I think I stepped down and hand on to MM.
Can we appreciate DCIC and thank our presenter? At some point, Your Excellency Ambassador, I noticed people were just rushing to pick the coffee and come back because she was sharing very important information. And I know they may have some questions for her. Sitting with some of your colleagues, Ambassador, we discovered most of the critical information she was sharing is the questions your staff are faced with every single day. So we want to appreciate you and thank you and your team. She's here with a colleague, and so they will be available. Even when we are offline in the forum, you can always engage them and ask as many questions as possible. So since we are talking about the registration as a citizen and why it's important, some of you, I'm told, want to come back home to run for office as politicians. So she highlighted why you need to be registered, why you need to be a Ugandan national to be registered, and it's important that you avail yourself to them to be able to register you. But in a special one, I want to thank the embassy. They also invited our colleagues from Tanzania, from Immigration Department in Tanzania. Please stand for recognition so that people know you are here. Can we appreciate them? Asante sana, thanks for coming and joining us today. In case there's questions, again, they'll also be available to answer as many questions as possible so that we leave no stone unturned today. So I want to quickly move to our next presenter. We're now talking about the national ID, and the presentation is from Mr. Apedel Andrew, our Senior Registration Officer, who will be taking us through the national ID registration for Ugandans in the diaspora. The mass enrollment has now kicked off, so the national ID will of course have more significant features than the current ID, and he will be running us through what you need to know and what you need to do, including, I think, an active portal that we are going to share with you that you can utilize for registration, so that when you go to him, it will be the last and final stage for him to get your photo taken. So ladies and gentlemen, may we welcome Mr. Andrew to the stage to run us through this registration process. Please welcome him, ladies and gentlemen.
His Excellency, the Ambassador, Ambassador Colonel retired, Fred Mwesje, the representatives of the various government MDAs, and above all, for gracing our, I'm a bit tall. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andrew Apedel. I am a senior registration officer in NIRA, the National Identification and Registration Authority. I know that we are pressed by time, and therefore I'm going to take the shortest part of my presentation to enable us understand the role that we play and to see how we can get your feedback, because I think that is what is most important in such a convention. So allow me to extend greetings from Executive Director, Ms. Rosemary Kisembo. She was not able to be here because she's running a national activity that I think we have heard about, which is the mass enrollment and renewal exercise. So she has a small statement that I would like to read, addressed to the diaspora in Tanzania. So in a few minutes I will read it. I will divide my presentation into 3 parts such that we can run through it quickly. So first and foremost, let me read the statement from our Executive Director. Honorable Ministers, Permanent Secretaries, Your Excellencies and Ambassadors, in particular Ambassador Colonel retired Fred Mwesje, representatives of government ministries and agencies, distinguished delegates, fellow Ugandans in the diaspora, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to address you at this historic first Uganda Diaspora Convention in Tanzania. This gathering is a testament of our shared commitment to unity, identity, and progress as Ugandans. The Ugandan diaspora in Tanzania represents a vital link in our nation's development. You are ambassadors of our cultures, our values, and contribute significantly to the socio-economic bridge between Uganda and Tanzania. This convention provides a platform to deepen our connections and enhance our collective impact. The National Identification and Registration Authority, NIRA, is integral to these efforts. Established under the Registration of Persons Act, CAP 332 in March 2015, NIRA is mandated to create, manage, and maintain the National Identification Register, a register of registered citizens, and collect national identification, and allocate national identification numbers and national ID cards, among other responsibilities. Today, the register holds biographic and biometric data for 27.7 million Ugandans. To ensure continued access to essential services and legal identity, the government of Uganda, through NIRA, is launching a mass enrollment and renewal exercise starting on the 27th of May 2025, running from Monday to Saturday each week. This exercise seeks to, 1, renew 15.8 million national ID cards, many of which will expire by June of 2025. Some have already expired. Register an additional 17.2 million Ugandans, including those who missed previous enrollments. It is essential for every Ugandan, including those in the diaspora, to ensure that their registration or renewal is current as Providence would have it, the mission in Tanzania is the first among all Ugandan missions globally to interface the newly procured National Security Information System, the one that we have at the back there, the launch of registration services, registration of services using this advanced system, with Tanzania leading the way, sets a strong precedent for other missions worldwide to adopt the new platform and encourages those still using the old system to upgrade accordingly. By registering with NIRA, you affirm your legal identity, unlock access to government services, participate in national processes, and secure the benefits of citizenship. NIRA, through collaboration with embassies and mobile registration units, is committed to making these services accessible to Ugandans living in Tanzania. As we reflect on our shared identity and collective strength, let us embrace this opportunity to solidify our bonds and contribute to the brighter future of our Uganda. For God and my country, thank you, Ms. Rosemary Kisembo, the Executive Director of NIRA. So now I can go to my presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, this presentation is going to be quite short, simply because my colleague or colleagues before me have set the ground. We all know the value of having a national ID card, and we all know what it means to be home and to contribute to the household. So I will not go back into introducing myself, but I will send you to a quote that was written out by somebody long time ago who understood the value of Uganda as a nation. When they came into the country, this is what they saw: the magnificence, variety of all forms of color, and profusion of brilliant life, birds, insects, reptile, beasts, and so on. And indeed, they mentioned that this is what makes the Pearl of Africa, which is Uganda. So I am very proud to represent you and represent our country, our great nation, Uganda. Let's move on. In the Executive Director's statement, this is our target, this is our goal. One, to ensure that 15.8 million national ID cards are renewed, including all the national ID cards that we have in this convention today. We also have a target of registering, about 17 million Ugandans, 17.2 million that are not yet registered. In our record, we have 27.2 or more million, representing 60% of the population, for which we have been able to identify and issue national ID cards. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics estimates that we are about 45 million Ugandans. So the outputs there are renewing, registration of 17.2 million, the new issuing of a new generational national ID card that we will be able to view once you receive it. We shall also be enhancing the security features on our national ID card to make it more acceptable in other nations, and also make it secure such that it cannot be duplicated. Then, of course, we have acquired a new system that is open source. Now, my brothers and sisters, part of the issues that we had as a nation was that we relied on vendor-locked systems. This means that these are systems that hold you at ransom. If you don't have money, you may not end up using the system. Whereas you own the data, you do not own the ability to enhance or improve that system. And that is why I know that some of us may have had frustrations. Why is my national ID not coming back in time? How come I registered and it is taking this long to acquire this national ID or service. Part of the reasons for that are the acquisition of a system that is vendor locked. So I can assure you that government of Uganda took a different route and acquired an open source but secure system that will allow for us to build and improve on this system. Next slide, please. So these are the services that NERA provides: enrollment, renewal, change of particulars, among other services. We also provide civil registration services. I had my colleague from Immigration, Judith, presenting and taking you through the process of acquiring citizenship based on marriage, for example, or by birth. So those are civil registration services that NERA offers, and would implore you to take advantage of the opportunities like this one to ask as many questions as you possibly can. Next slide, please. For those of us who come from my village, this is a very, very staple and special food. We use it to make millet and kalo. And again, the same Winston Churchill saw the opportunity that this nation provides. We have fertile grounds, like the chairperson mentioned, that staple foods can easily be grown in our country. And whereas we take or may take this, so we welcome each and every one of us to enjoy the identity of our nation called Uganda. And this is why we are here, to serve you, to ensure that you get this identity and you get a document that can help you to relate with the nation. Next slide. So NERA has introduced what we call a pre-registration service. We are going to test that out together. And what that means is that you can start your registration journey at the comfort of your home. You can start with pre-registration seated at your office, at your workplace, anywhere that you have an internet connection, you can do pre-registration. So you start the process with the pre-registration and then conclude the process with the biometric capture. For those that have applied for a passport or for those that have applied for a visa, we are well versed with this kind of system. So we will have an engagement with the online platform, and then we will conclude with the biometric capture at the back. So I will be available for the next few days to do this. And indeed, the embassies will play two key roles in this process. The first will be, of course, continuing the registration and capture of our Ugandans in the diaspora by capturing their biometrics and also issuing them with national ID cards. So this is something that is new to Tanzania, and I hope that indeed, colleagues, brothers and sisters, we are happy about this development. Yes, so the embassies and missions abroad will support with getting the feedback that NERA needs to improve with customer service, with assisting in ensuring that you get this service much faster than you have in the past. We will also be training the consular staff on how to use these systems, and of course we will be supporting the consular staff to make sure that you get your ID cards in record time. So of course all of this is based on the availability of funds, but this will not deter us from supporting as best as we can. Yes, so I just wanted to demonstrate to you what to expect, such that we can manage our expectations. This is what our next generation ID card will look like. Now, fortunately for us, brothers and sisters, there are people who have not yet seen this in Uganda, but you're seeing it outside of Uganda, so I think that is also another plus. So our ID card will look like this. It will have a number of features. I know that you cannot be able to see clearly whatever is there, but I'll try to read a few of the features that are there. So we will have, for example, tactile features. in that persons with disabilities can be able to read their national ID number. This was a concern that was raised by persons living with disabilities, and I think that NIRA has responded positively to ensure that this is adopted. So they will be able to read their national ID number and be able to tell a few other features like their date of birth. So those are tactile features. When you touch the card, you will be able to notice them. We also have a number of security features. For purposes of time, I will not go through all of them. But we have, for example, the high endurance card material, which is on polycarbonate. It's specifically formulated to be laser red. So meaning that if you got this and went and maybe made a printout of it, it will be easy to tell that this is a forgery. We also have just below there's a ghost image. That is your image. So what happens is that is engraved within the card. We have the rainbow printing. We have the tactile laser engraving, like I've mentioned earlier on. We have microtext printing. Those are the texts that appear in the card such that it is not easily duplicatable. We will have the last number of check digit. The last number of check digit sum. This will be automatically generated at the bottom of the card, numbering level 1. We will have a number of security features. So let's go to the next slide. Without wasting much time, I would like for us to have a feel of what the National Identification and Registration Authority through pre-registration has done. So colleagues, how many of us here have to renew our national ID cards? ID card expired, and meanwhile, it is government policy that we adopt the new ID card because it has new security features. That includes the iris scan. So all of us in this room will have to at one point do a renewal. So this is the link that we are going to use, and I would implore that everybody attempts this. Let's either scan the QR code or go to this link. So unfortunately, I'm not the one who is running this. The person who is presenting our presentation. Are we able to go to this link? I wanted them to see. Has anybody been successful? Yes. Thank you. So when you go to that link, it will redirect you to the portal that will enable you to pre-register. There is a section on the right-hand side, and if you're using your mobile phone, the mobile phone is not the best platform or best tool to use for completing registration such as these, but where push comes to shove, we may have to employ any of the gadgets that we can use. So if you have a laptop, it will give you better results. However, if you have your phone, we can still do the same. So where it says, enter your email address, kindly enter your email address. Seeing as you reside in the diaspora, the SMS configuration works inside the country. So if you're living in Uganda, you'll be able to receive a one-time password or OTP that will be sent to your mobile phone. And all the notifications that we give you, okay, that's it. So can someone type my email address? Let me use that for demonstrating to colleagues. My email address is iamapedel@gmail.com. I am I-A-M-A then A-P-E-D-E-L I think there's a spelling error there. I am Apedel, that is IAMAPEDEL at Gmail. So it's just I am Apedel. Okay, thank you very much. At gmail.com. Verify, click verify, then send OTP. I will be able to receive that one-time password on my personal email. This is a security protocol to ensure that you are the one who is doing this actual pre-registration. Now, I'd like to point out that with this pre-registration, you can actually do this service for your entire family. So when you create the account, okay, you will be able to do pre-registration for your family members. So you can decide to do it for your children, for your relatives, for your friends, who may not be able to do this. Okay, so I have, let me see. Okay, so I'm waiting. Okay, the OTP is 962904. 962904. Now, colleagues, this is for my, so please input your personal email address. Okay, so once you are successful with the login, you're able to select a service. So could you kindly select under choose desired service? There is a drop down there, just click on desired service. Okay. And you will select, let's use renew. So click renew. Click next. So when you click next, what will happen is that you will have a pop-up that is a data protection and privacy requirement that we must explain to you what data we are collecting from you, why it is important that we are collecting this data, and how that you can protect yourself as a data owner while doing the capture of your information. So if you agree to the terms of this service, you check the box at the bottom and accept. Click next. So you'll be asked to input your personal data. So the purpose of putting your personal data is for it to verify against what is in the legacy system. So input your surname. So you can use my name, Andrew here. Apedel, Andrew. Okay. So I don't have other names, so I will go to the card expiry date. So the card expiry date appears on your front face of the card. And we had a mention here that we should carry our IDs, or at least have a copy of your national ID in soft copy or photocopy. So you can choose an expiry date of 1st of January, 1st January of 2025. And my NIN, national ID number, I will read it out, is CM 840-9710. Sorry, put that in uppercase. CM 840-971 029P 029PQG. Okay, so you go on to select the country code because we need to capture your telephone details. For persons living in the diaspora, just indicate the country. So for me, it is Uganda, so I will indicate that telephone number. If you have a Ugandan telephone number that you're using, you can use it. If you have a Tanzanian, select the country code and input the rest of your digits beginning with a leading 0. So mine is 0772 255 166. Okay. So you may provide an email address. For my case, I will just say next. Click next. Okay. Place of residence. So the place of residence, colleagues, is where you would like for this card to be brought. So for purposes of the Tanzanian public or persons who are, or Ugandan citizens living in Tanzania, we have defaulted this address information to the High Commission or to the embassy where we are deploying this equipment, such that it is easy for us to print these cards and deliver them at your the embassy for you to be able to pick them up. So for Tanzania, we shall say outside of Uganda for persons living in Tanzania, wherever it may be, not necessarily Dar es Salaam, but because the mission is in Dar es Salaam, we shall say outside Uganda. Okay, click on the space. And then foreign country name, we choose Tanzania. Okay. Okay, so address, we just put Dar es Salaam. Okay, very good. Click next. Let's go down, scroll down. Next. So that's the declaration would be the last thing that you do. So click declaration. I declare that the information is to the best of my knowledge, and then click continue. Okay, so proceed. Now, if you have your ID card in soft copy somewhere, you can browse and upload it. However, if you do not have it in soft copy, you can as well continue the process. This will not hinder you continuing. So let's click continue. And what this means is that if you do not provide it here, you will have to provide it when you come for biometric capture. Proceed. So there we go. At this stage, we are previewing to ensure that whatever we have entered is information that is correct. So the system provides you with an interface that allows you to verify that whatever I'm going to submit is correct. If I see any issues at this point, you can modify whatever information that you have provided. For purposes of this demonstration, let us continue. And say, okay. So this is what you will be presented with, an acknowledgement receipt. This acknowledgement goes to your email address. It may go to your, as a notification to your phone, as an SMS. Okay, if you're living in Uganda, you'll receive a notification on your phone with the details that are on this application form. So this is what you present at the biometric capture center. Okay, so you can print this out, you can download it. If you look on the left-hand side, there is a small button there that says send email or SMS. So you can as well resend to your email a PDF version of this acknowledgement receipt. Or you can scan the QR code, take a photo of the QR code such that you can present this to the enrollment center. So that application ID is what I would use to complete the process of registration. And that really is the end of the matter. So if you have colleagues, if you have friends, if you have relatives, if you have children You would click on the bottom right, add applicant, and you'd be able to proceed. So if we click add applicant, it will allow you to add or to help as many persons in your household as you'd wish to have. Okay, so that is a new application. You're unable to see it at the top, but you can view whatever applications that you have created in your account. So you know which persons you have created applications for. So members of the diaspora, I'd like to thank you. I'd like for us to really embrace registration and identification as a better part of our lifestyles and our lives, because it enables us to achieve a lot more than just an identity. So I thank you all, and I look forward to seeing you at the back or taking your questions. Thank you very much. So are there any people that have been successful? You've gotten the application IDs? Yes? Okay, somebody is successful there. So kindly work with the system. Thank you very much.
What I'm going to do is now ask Andrew. Maybe Andrew, you should take the seat here at the front. We want to just take a couple of questions. And I'll ask our immigration team to invite the senior officer back to the room. I know if she can come and we see if we can take some questions, it would be nice. Because we also don't want to lose our colleagues from Tanzania in case there's some specific questions they will speak to. But can we appreciate Andrew and the NERA team for a fantastic job they're doing? I like the fact that Your Excellency, Tanzania is the first diaspora community to interface with this exercise. And so we should appreciate Andrew and the team for ensuring Tanzania is the guinea pig of the diaspora communities. But we really want to appreciate this. And as I wait for our NERA colleague to join us, I will allow for questions. If you have now specific questions for Andrew, we have a few minutes before I invite UIA to speak, and UIA will be between us and lunch, so I don't want to keep you too long. So if you have a specific question, because I think Andrew did a good job in speaking to this, and I doubt there are many questions. The most unfortunate part is that the national ID matters, including passport, are always the biggest issues, consular issues that are addressed by the embassies and high commissions. Now, we wanted to provide this as information for the diaspora so that we reduce the traffic at the embassy. So that's why I've invited these two important people for the diaspora to the front. So if you have any quick question or comment, I'm happy to. It could be feedback. Yes, there, we can start there. It had to be someone from the private sector in the diaspora. All right, please shoot. Keep it short so I can take as many. Go ahead. Can we add sound to that microphone? Yes.
Are you also doing that here? Can we get the national IDs for our children here or through the system, or does that have to be in person in Uganda? Thank you.
All right, any other as we process? There's two here on this side, and the ladies, so I'm glad that, all right, let's see how many we can take. Where's the other microphone on this side? Okay, there's a lady in white there, white jacket. Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
Rather good afternoon.
It's afternoon,
sorry.
actually, yes.
My question has to do with the IDs. What are the timelines that we're looking at once you have done that registration online and gone and they've done your biometrics to receive them here in Tanzania? And in case I do it on this side and then I return home, how would I go about getting the same?
Excellent. Next, there's a gentleman next to her there in black. Yes. Then I'll come to the lady in red.
Good afternoon. My name
Yes.
is Ronald. My question is to Madam Judith on a certificate of permanent residence. I wanted to know if this certificate of permanent residence gives us the same benefit as being Ugandan citizens.
Excellent. The lady in red there in the middle. There's a mic on your left there. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Diana, and I'm one of those people who naturalized. So I had to either choose sides, but I also have kids. So my question is, at this point where I decided to go on the Tanzanian side,
Yes.
how can my kids still be a part of the other community, and,
All right.
and can they access the IDs however much, because their mother once was Ugandan and now she's on this other side, but the father is Tanzanian.
All right.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Good question, Diana. And unfortunately, you can't run for presidency in Uganda now that you're nationalized. Okay. Last question here. Let's get the lady. Oh, there's another. I'll come back. We'll do a second round. Let's have the lady here. Then I'll see if I can get a second round very quickly. Those were not very many questions. Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Ainom Evelyn. Mine is not a question, but it's an observation, and it goes to migration.
Yes.
The representative from
Uganda.
Uganda.
Immigration, yes.
Migration was like, we need to portray a good image, we need to brand our country. But when you reach the border, the arrogance in the Ugandan counter
Yes.
is terrible. I reached the extent of going to police to report them, to make sure at least they talk to them, otherwise it was too much. And when you go to Tanzania, again, there is also another story. They use people's ignorance, especially when it comes to yellow cards. They want them to buy and again inject them. It also happened to me. And I asked the gentleman whether he wanted to give me the job or to sell me the card. And then he told me, I'm giving you both. I said, but it is still on. Why do you want me to inject me again? Do you want me dead?
All right.
So when he realized I knew what to do, he released me very fast and then dealt with others who didn't know what to do.
All right.
So please.
So I totally get it. Unfortunately, that's not even an immigration issue, but I'm happy the Tanzanian colleagues are here. They will speak to that, but it's not an immigration issue. It's a health-related issue. The gentleman at the back, so that I just conclude with that. Yes.
My name is Nicholas, and all my questions are directed to Madam Judith.
Keep them short. Yes.
Considering that Tanzania does not have a dual citizenship,
yes,
don't you think that it is high time for Uganda to consider conferring a special status on Ugandans in Tanzania to enjoy privileges like local ownership of land, local investment, things like that?
All right.
Those who have dual citizenship enjoy.
Okay.
Number two.
Judith, did you get that? If since Tanzania doesn't have dual citizenship, can we provide for a special status for a category, for example, in Tanzania that maybe has done investment? Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
as a form of
yes.
investment or
Yes, sir. To give us a special status so that we can enjoy the same privileges
as the
like
Ugandans?
those who have
Okay.
dual
Citizenship in other countries. Excellent. All right. Next second question.
Number two, you told us that regaining Ugandan citizenship is very easy, but what you did not tell us was the cost.
All right.
The last time I checked, it was 400 USD. So I was wondering, why do you charge me 100K to lose my citizenship, but when I want it back, you say put 400 on the table.
All right.
400 USD.
Good question.
I think it's more or less a
No,
punishment.
I get it.
In
We
my
get
view.
it. Yeah, all right. Finally.
My last question was on the certificate of permanent residence. I
Yes.
wanted to know how much does it cost?
Good. The certificate of permanent residence has become very popular. Judith, I guess the problem was you mentioned it, and so now it's become an interesting permit of sorts. So let's feel free. Andrew, do you want to be the first to take your questions? Yes, as Andrew. I know Judith has something else she will do before she leaves this stage. So go on.
Thank you very much, and keep those questions coming. They're very interesting. So there was a question on registration of children. And indeed, it is the mandate of NERA to register all persons that are Ugandan, including children. As a matter of fact, with the new system that we are deploying, we have registration starting as early as birth, so immediate. Okay, so a child that is born, even if the child is 1 day old, we can register the child and issue them with a national ID number that they will use even in future. So all that we shall be doing is updating their biometric data from time to time. So I would encourage you to bring the children for registration. If the children are here and you can transport them here, there is no problem. You can bring them to the embassy in the event that they are not readily available for this particular convention. And back in Uganda, if the children are not living with you, you can actually have someone present the children for registration at home. So we encourage that. And this is also important because there is an arm that we did not discuss, which is the civil registration side. Part of the requirements of the law is that we issue a national ID number before or after, immediately after registering a birth. Okay? So what that means is that the current policy is that every certificate of birth that we issue has a national ID number embedded on it. So it has a lot of benefits, so that you don't lose your child and we cannot identify who the parents are. We can easily help track down this child in case of trafficking or any of those issues. So I think it's a very, very important thing that we should register. The other question was on timelines. After doing these biometric captures, how fast or how soon can we have the IDs here? So unfortunately, if I may start there, we do not print cards instantly, and there is a reason for that, because there is a processing schedule or process that it goes through. Whereas you may have the privilege of printing out cards that are not necessarily for citizenship and identification purposes instantly. When it comes to the issue of identification and matters related to citizenship, there is a verification process, and therefore there is a time lag. Okay? Now, the actual timeline for the production of a national ID with the new system has not been specified, but from the interactions that I have had, we expect to have this within less than 30 days. And most likely it may take between 3 to 10 days. But I don't want to preempt, because this is an announcement that should be made by the executive. But I will just give my take on matters, because I need to be as real as I can to you. so that you don't say that Andrew came here and said in 2 days we shall have cards here and they didn't come. So I'd like for us to exercise some patience because of the need to, for example, transport. Production is something that can be done quickly. When I leave here, I immediately start the process of expediting applications. We prioritize the applications that are for the diaspora. The reason we prioritize them is because we understand the requirement of this document outside of the nation. Whereas within the country, we will be producing them as fast as we can. There is need to give extra priority to the diaspora. And this is what we've been doing in other missions where we are currently operating. So we try to expedite. So I can assure you that at least within a span of 30 days or less, we should be able to get identifications. Now, being the first production cycle in the new system, these will be among the first ID cards that will be produced. So, whereas we expect the system to be much faster, and for you to get the ID cards faster, the first production cycle may not be as fast as we would expect. So, let us put it in mind that between about 30 days, we should expect to get information or get our ID cards at the embassy. And moving forward, it will be faster. So, okay, so the other questions from Diana, I think on naturalization, Nicholas also from dual citizenship and permanent residency, I think those were my questions. Thank you very much, and I look forward to more questions.
Thank you participants. I have a couple of questions. I'll start with the first. Diplomatic evidence for people who have acquired Tanzanian citizenship to get dual citizenship. I see my colleagues from Tanzania laughing. I wish I could stand up. Now, citizenship is the highest form of identity recognition. And that identity recognition is a reserve of a sovereign nation. That is why you see laws of citizenship are enshrined in constitutions. Whereas you'll have other laws for other things, the ones for citizenship will be in a country's constitution. So the laws of citizenship of Tanzania are enshrined in the Tanzanian constitution. And the ones for Uganda are enshrined in the Ugandan constitution because it is the highest form of identification. I'll give you a scenario. When I'm born in America, I become American. The same cannot happen in the UK anymore. The same doesn't happen elsewhere. When I stay in Europe for some time, I take on citizenship. Even if I stay 30 years in the Middle East, I never take on citizenship because it is the highest form of identity. So depending on a country's foresight, where they are going, their economic, political, they come up with that law. And our counterparts, Tanzania, have come up with the law that they don't allow dual citizenship. And because I've explained to you what citizenship is, even if we engaged diplomatically, that is their sovereignty. So we may talk, we will integrate, but that's what they foresee their country's movement forward. Just like you cannot say, but how come I can never become a UAE citizen? I think you've never seen anyone in the UAE who has acquired their citizenship. That's what they foresee for their people. So really, they are not diplomatic. You can't discuss it because it's held in the highest realm of their laws. I hope I'm communicating. That's the first scenario. Then so we tell you these things so that you know. I don't want you to be lied to that they'll get you dual citizenship. What we've come to understand is that our people, most so in the diaspora, are being fleeced. But there are things that are not legally viable. Don't be lied. The moment you're taking on Tanzanian citizenship, you will renounce Ugandan citizenship. That's a fact. They've gone as far as even your children will renounce if they want to take on what? Because they've understood our law, that our citizenship emanates from your parents. You're here, the lady said she's Tanzanian, your children are Tanzanian, but at 18 years, they'll be sent to Uganda to renounce. So please learn the process. Even your grandchildren, because they've known that our law states your parents and grandparents. So even your grandchildren will renounce. That is the status of Tanzania. We have to understand it. We have to move with it for us to ably coexist. The second question is certificate of residence the same as citizenship? No, it is not. Like I've told you, citizenship is the highest form of what? Identity. So all these other identities are below it. The other one is up there. It is not the same, but it facilitates you and it keeps you rooted in Uganda. We were benchmarking with India because India has this same thing whereby India does not allow dual citizenship. And we were looking at what they do for their citizens. They have something called overseas citizenship. Probably with such engagements, we will go there. Whereby in Uganda, we don't recognize you as a citizen, but when you're overseas, we know that you're our citizen. But as I've told you, this is a process that is only highlighted in the Constitution. So at that time, when there's constitutional amendment, probably we will push this. But at the moment, you're given certificate of residence for life. You do anything in Uganda because you're a resident for life. However, your rights are not the same as those of a citizen. Why? Because you renounced, and we now have you. We actually share information. We are the same ministry. We have you in our information database as a non-citizen. If you are a non-citizen, don't register for the national ID. Because, Andrew, you didn't tell them that IDs are a reserve of citizens. Am I communicating? You will register, he will pick your data, but when it goes to processing, our systems at one point will communicate. And we will know that, but this one has done what? Renounced. Renunciation means you have unworn being a Ugandan. You have opted for this side. I hope I'm communicating. Then there's something else. The third question was, my children. Your children having become Tanzanian, we facilitate them. Same portal, www.visas.immigration.go. And it's called a dependent pass for a former Ugandan's child. The child holds it up to 18 years. Whereas you've become Tanzanian, your child may not want to be what? Tanzanian. So we peacefully wait as Uganda for the child to make that what? Decision. And as they wait, we give them that facility. So please don't let them lose their roots. You may not be there. I may not be there. But the people who will be there then will see that facility and they will facilitate the child faster. So let them have it in their passport. It's a form of visa, but that visa runs up to the age of 18 years of the child. So I hope I've answered that as well. The third one was arrogancy of officers. Your Excellency, Ambassador, I apologize on behalf of my comrades. I wish we could get the border post. Is it Mutukula? Because now, more than ever, please know your rights. We are accountable to you. You employ me. You facilitate my uniform. So you must get the service. I apologize. I'll inform supervision and we will take action. That one I can say we are sorry. The third one was, to lose citizenship is 100,000. To regain it is $400. No, no, no. There's something, please, when you go on that portal, there are a couple of things, many, many things. Try to look for where you belong. The citizenship of Uganda, that's $5,000, but it's not for you. Everything that concerns a Ugandan by birth, the highest fee is $200, and the diaspora has pushed for those fees. Reacquisition of citizenship is 100,000 processing fee. But there's something called replacement of a certificate. I hope that's what you saw, because I've been going through my portal when and I said, where did they pick the $400? When the people we've registered lose those certificates, the fee is $400, $500. For you to get back your citizenship is processing fee, because you have an inherent right to be a Ugandan. I hope that is it. I don't know if there are any other questions, and thank you. Please keep them coming. We are here. I was facilitated to do exactly this. We have all the time.
I will ask that we appreciate them shortly, but if I could get a mic, our Tanzanian colleagues could have one or two things they want to say. Here, we would have a mic for immigration, Tanzania immigration. One of the lady here has, there is, it's all right. There's one closer to them there. Feel free, any of you can speak to any matter that has been raised, whether it's dual citizenship, whether it's, and feel free to decide which ones you want to answer and which ones you don't want to answer. Switch, let's see if it's on. Is the mic on? All right, check, just, yeah.
Hello. Hello. Hi, good afternoon. Habari za mchana. Okay.
Labda nipatie hii platform. Sawa.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the High Commissioner for inviting for this opportunity to come here to this very important gathering. I myself spent 2 years in Uganda, in Kamuli. So I feel at home. I was in Namasagali with Father Damian Grimes. Well, we did not prepare ourselves for a short presentation, but I'll be able to respond to any questions coming from you. So I don't think if there was any question directed to me. And regarding dual citizenship, really, it does not mean that we don't want Ugandans to come here. I really want Ugandans to be part of us. I've been there. I love Uganda. So that one I cannot discuss about it, but when time comes, through, you know, laws are not static. They keep changing a bit due to the environment. We don't know, 10 years, 15 years to come, maybe something like that will come out. Otherwise, I thank you. I thank the leadership of the Ugandans living here for inviting us, and we are here to serve. And if there's anything, please don't hesitate. I can see someone wants.
Quick question?
Yeah.
All right. Mike, yes, please. Keep it short so we can get him to give you all the answers. Switch it on. Just check that it's on.
Yes, go ahead.
Let's see how they can switch it on. Someone is coming to switch it on. The lady next to you, I think, also had a question. Okay, good. So those are the two questions. All right, it's on now. Now it should be, is it? Yeah.
On behalf of Ugandans who are married in Tanzania,
Yes.
is there a way we can work without work permit? Because sometimes our husbands lose jobs, they get accidents,
Yes.
they die. And we can't work.
And you're the sole beneficiary of the house. All right. And the other question, I'll allow him the two questions. I think the lady next to you. Yes.
Thank you. Mine is to the other members.
Okay.
I was asking, is it mandatory for even those other people holding IDs that are yet to expire?
Yes.
They're expiring.
To renew.
Either, yes.
Yes.
To renew in the next coming 2 years or
All right.
1 year.
All right.
Can we also renew? And another one, is there a fee for renewal of
All right.
the IDs?
Okay. Thank you. Mheshimiwa.
If I respond to your question, in our laws, the applicant of the residence permit is either an organization, association, or company. Okay, so if you happen to get a job, it's the responsibility of an employer to get your residence permit. So it's not, you can't have two immigration status. You're somebody's wife at the same time you're working. I think that's, if I got your question correctly.
But as a wife, do you have you have a residence permit as a wife, right?
Dependent pass. I think you have a dependent pass.
Is it possible to get a dependent permit? No, there's a mic. It's closed. Don't you worry.
The dependent permit, it means you're just a housewife.
Ah.
And remember, there is no company that can give you a job. Like somebody processing for your work permit is hard. So I was asking if there is a way you would consider such scenarios.
I think at the moment, the law does not allow that, but we'll take that to the management and see how they can help to such cases.
I totally agree. I'll protect you. I think, like you said, the law is not static, and a lot of things will change over time. I mean, that is not, I'm sure it's an area of concern. Ambassadors, if you're free to answer any of these questions, you can always protect us. It's bilateral. It's a matter of laws, regional laws. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you. Can we appreciate our immigration colleagues? So, Ambassador, you'll have the last word on some of these issues. National IDs before immigration comes in.
Thank you very much. I think it's incumbent on all of us here to renew our national IDs. Actually, I expect that each and every one of us in this room that has a national ID, whether it's expired or due to expire, should actually do a renewal. And the reason for this is that there are enhanced features. I talked about the iris scan, which was previously not a feature on your national ID. So because we have introduced that new security or biometric feature on the ID system, it is important that we update or upgrade our identification information. So I expect each and every one of us here between today and the few days that we'll be here to interface with me such that we can renew. So it is better to do it now when you have the opportunity to do it. Otherwise, then you may have to visit the embassy moving forward. But to answer your question directly, yes, even those that are due to expire should actually do renewal. And if you lost the ID card, kindly, if you have a photo image of that ID, we can use that for a start. But when you are presenting yourself to pick the ID or to get issued the new ID card, you must present a police letter indicating that you lost the national ID. I would also like to quickly chip in something. We are civil servants, and there is a reason why it is called civil service. Okay? We get these jobs not to sit in comfy air-conditioned offices, but it is actually a mandate that you give us as Ugandans. You select the best of your children, your brothers and sisters, to go out there to serve. So when you see something not going right in an office, please do not keep quiet about it. When you find me at my workstation in Nira in Kololo there, you may not even know that I am a senior officer in the entity because I am moving around all the time. So that is what we call civil service, or being a civil servant. We are there to serve you. So I thank you for that feedback. Oh yes, there was a question on price. It's free of charge. Government of Uganda is paying the price for these IDs through your tax money. So it is actually an extended cost, but it is free of charge. You don't have to pay any money to renew your ID. The only payments that are made are when you are doing a replacement of a national ID that is lost or defaced, and when you are doing corrections that require the printing of a new ID card. But your first national ID is issued to you free of charge. Thank you.
All right. But does that speak to this enrollment exercise? Because that doesn't become my first ID. I already had, this is my second ID. Is it free?
Yes. Okay. Indeed, it speaks to this mass enrollment exercise because this is the first ID with the new or enhanced biometric features. So it is free of charge.
All right. Judith?
I'm hoping there are no more questions.
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, we did well.
Over lunch, they can continue. Yeah, over lunch.
Thank you. I wish to call upon my colleague, the head of the institution, General Apollo Kasita Goa, sent a message through my colleague and head of delegation to the ambassador, thanking you for inviting us here. By being here, we extend our service and a tick goes on him, not only you. So I'll call upon Haj Amil to do the honors.
I see. He remembered his armed forces partner. So General Goa, to you, Ambassador, you have to come and receive from immigration. Andrew, now you can take your seat, sir. Yeah, but you could stay around because we wanted a photo actually with the PA. So please come, Ambassador, and receive from the team at immigration. Judith, come and join, and both of you need to be in this photo and witness. Maybe Andrew will witness. Andrew will just witness. Yours as yes, Andrew on this side. I think you come to this side so that, there you go. There. Can we appreciate our colleagues from Immigration and NIRA? Asante sana. Thank you so much for the job you're doing. So I'll ask for your quick intervention. We'll have lunch shortly, but allow me to invite Rita from the Uganda Investment Authority to run us through her presentation on the investment opportunities for you as members of the diaspora. We've had a heavy break, so I'm sure you can give me 20 minutes of your time just for this presentation. Then we'll open the questions in our panel discussion a little later. But I'll invite my colleague Rita from the Uganda Investment Authority. Can we appreciate UIA, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you, Maurice. Good afternoon, everyone. The High Commissioner of Uganda to Dar es Salaam, Ambassador Fred Mwesigye, the Chief Guest, Acting PS of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Charles Sentongo, the Chairperson of the Diaspora team in Tanzania, the Diaspora team here present, the Ugandan private sector and government officials present. Good afternoon once again. As introduced, I'm Rita Mugula. I'm going to give an overview. Let me tilt, I request to tilt a bit. I'm going to give a presentation on investing in Uganda, but to introduce this, Uganda Investment Authority is government and it's in charge of promoting investments, facilitating investors, but also encouraging the Ugandans in the diaspora to invest back home. When we talk about investments, what we mean is any value addition you're doing as a private sector to the country of Uganda, and this focuses on manufacturing, the services sector, but also as a diaspora to reaffirm don't get scared to think you're not Ugandan. We have a threshold for what we call the investment amount that is recognized legally. And for Ugandans in the diaspora, we still consider you as domestic investors. So what you require is to have 50,000 US dollars, which we also consider for Ugandans back home. But we also have a small medium enterprise, because 50,000 US dollars is quite high. So investing is not limited to that amount of 50,000 US dollars. So as Uganda Investment Authority, we also have the Small Medium Enterprises Department, where we work with you as you invest and you grow into this threshold of 50,000 US dollars. So what I want to emphasize as I start is anything that is adding value, be it as low as agro-processing in the smallest scale, UIA is available to facilitate you and also create the linkages to ensure that you grow into the thresholds that we have. But that is for only licensing you, but we can facilitate any value addition you're doing in the different sectors I'm going to show you. So this is a quick overview. Of course, Uganda is endowed. We have the longest river Nile, the Lake Victoria in Africa, but also we are part of the East African community. Why I'm highlighting that, the ESC community has opened us up. So even if you're in Tanzania here, you're still a domestic investor. We don't have restrictions as long as you still have the national residential permits that have been discussed here, and you're Ugandan but settled here, you're still recognized as a local investor back home. Next, please. Of course, this is to show the airlines that we have right now that are into the country. We are glad we have the Ugandan airline, which flies directly in here, and this is part of the opening of the economy that is attractive to creating competitive policies that promote investment. You would ask why Uganda? Over time, Uganda, really our role is to be competitive. When I talk about competitiveness, this is to ensure that you're doing business in Uganda is really affordable. Beautifully, Uganda is naturally endowed. We have a comparative advantage. We are agro-based, we are a tourist country, so there is a lot of opportunities in resource base. But as government of Uganda, we really want to create a competitive environment so that doing business within the country is really affordable. And I'm glad we are here together as ESC, and there is direct entry and doing business amongst the East African country. So as you do business, we encourage you to come back home, because you will still tap into the market here where you are, and you've acquainted yourselves with the same costs and tariffs that we have. Uganda has actually been ranked as the fastest growing economy within the East African region. That is projected by our GDP. You'll notice that we are projected to grow at 6.2% for this financial year 2025. But also over time, even after COVID, at least averagely we've grown at about 5.1%. But also from what we call foreign direct investment, this has also grown fourfold in the last 5 years. We are currently, as of 2024, attracting US dollars worth 2.8 billion in the foreign direct investment within the country. And this is coming part from the diaspora community, because we are looking at it as an entry within Uganda. You can establish, since you're not foreigners, you can establish your company as purely domestic, but we encourage partnerships. So this is where we call for technology transfer. Amongst the region, you've acquired some opportunities we may not be privy of within Uganda. So we encourage for those partnerships and the technology transfer that you've acquired here that can be attracted back home. As a diaspora, you're our entry point. We are trying to attract other people to come into the country, and you're working in some of these agencies and organizations. So you're basically our ambassadors as well for technology transfer, for promoting the country, but also encouraging them to come back in partnership with you and invest in Uganda. Of course, Uganda is a hospitable country that you know all Ugandans, really. So we encourage even the tourist attractions whenever you can to come and visit. But also, when you look at the regional lead index in capital growth, We are actually growing the service sector, and this is looking at the capital markets as well, so that we ensure openness of the financial sector as well. Opportunities at a glance, we have agriculture, of course, agriculture value addition. Uganda is an agricultural country, but what we are looking at is agro-industrialization. We really want to create employment back home. If you look at Uganda's population as showcased, we are 45.9 approximately as of census 2024, and it's growing rapidly. But also you will note that we have such a youthful population. 75% is actually 30 years and below. So all these need to be employed, and these are the children we have that we need to skill up. So when we look at the agriculture sector, we want to have value addition, creating industries so that we have the jobs created and the money that we need to help the economy and the GDP to increase. We have real estate. Please go back slightly. We have real estate development, and I'm glad a lot of the diaspora are investing in real estate. So it's also still an opportunity as I talk about the growing population. Please come back home, put up the accommodation that we are looking at. The numbers are there to really take up all these opportunities. We have the mining sector. Under the mining sector, a lot of mineral reserves have been identified, but we are also looking at, as government, to partner with the private sector for exploration opportunities, but also adding value. And these include iron ore. I know this is a bit capital intensive, but this is where the partnerships that you're tapping into here in Tanzania can help us. Where if you're working with the companies that you know have more technology exposure, you can come back home in partnership with them, and then we facilitate you to explore and add value to the mineral reserves that have been identified. Oil and gas, definitely, that is an opportunity right now. A lot is infrastructure, but there are a lot of opportunities, as I'm going to take you through a little briefly ahead. Tourism and accommodation, high-end accommodation is needed. Manufacturing, this is across the different value chains, but that also includes electronics. And then also, of course, the service sector, where we have the financial services, we have the health sector, but not to forget education services. So quickly, this is showing some of the opportunities we've developed as the country. There is a QR code that is going to be shared. Some of these opportunities have been earmarked, where investors that are ready to come and invest can come. Feasibility studies are available, but those could be high-end costs, but it's giving us an overview of what opportunities we have in the sector. Please, next. For example, we have coffee. We are looking at have instant soluble coffee plants put in place, greening coffee facilities. Commercial farming in agriculture is an opportunity, so you can come back home, especially those who still have land, and utilize those advantages so that you do commercial farming. We are looking at cotton and textile. We want to revamp the cotton and textile sector so that we draw backward linkages. So if there are any manufacturing or value addition plants that can be put in place, that's also an opportunity. Cocoa is upcoming. We are looking at the factories in chocolate processing, but also starch is really an interesting sector. This is basically from cassava flour. It's still agriculture. This feeds into a lot, ethanol, renewable energy, but also into the pharmaceutical sector, where we are looking at those medicinals, where we can use the starch to manufacture the tablets that we are using a lot. Next, real estate, as I've guided, this is a guaranteed sector where opportunities are immense with the growing population and the middle income coming up. Really, this is safe. You can put up condominiums that can be utilized. We have some that are seeking partnerships, for example, the Palm Marina Estates, but also government under the arm of National Housing Corporation. We are looking for partnerships from the private sector to revamp some of these slum areas so that we create affordable accommodation for the population that's growing. The mining sector, as I've talked about earlier, has a lot of minerals, including gold, iron ore, copper, and cobalt. But the biggest need here is an exploration, where we need to partner together as government of Uganda. We've discovered a lot of mineral reserves, but we need to quantify them, but also add value. It's an interesting sector that's catching up a lot with oil and gas, and it would be good for you to look at it and see what opportunities can be tapped into. Next, the petroleum sector, as I talked about, Most of it is infrastructure, but you realize there are spills from the oil sector that are of good opportunity, such as the fertilizer production, but also we have manufacturing. An industrial park is going to be created. We have accommodation, a cold value chain, logistics. So all these are opportunities that are cutting across the various sectors that the oil and gas sector is creating, and opportunities available for everyone to invest. What I can just encourage for the oil and gas sector, we have the National Suppliers Database under Petroleum Authority Uganda. If you're doing any service, be it ICT, and you may feel there is a need to participate, but you may not even feel a need, I would encourage all of you who are established here to register with the National Suppliers Database. At that point of looking for suppliers that are feeding into the oil and gas sector, that's where we are going to spool all the companies that will benefit from the oil and gas sector. Outside that, the opportunity may be very minimal. And we are driving local content, and here you're still domestic, as I've guided earlier. Tourism and accommodation. Here we are looking at having tourism in safari lodges, cultural heritage tourism, but also MICE, urban conferences. This is also infrastructure, but also tour and travel companies. Get the Tanzanians to come back home and explore the beautiful country. So these are also opportunities you can start with as you're coming back home, but you're still working here. The main point now that you may ask is, what are the incentives government is putting in place? I'm going to go back to what I started with. We look at the diaspora, those that still have Ugandan passports, let me say what you call Ugandan nationality, as domestic investors back home, however much you've spent a lot of time in a foreign country. The incentives we have are sector specific, focusing on the sectors that are creating employment and value addition along the priority sectors. However, if you're a Ugandan, however much you're settled in another country, the incentives for Ugandans are lower threshold than the foreign investor. Let me give an example. We talk about the 10-year income tax holiday. Here, as a Ugandan, once you're licensed with Uganda Investment Authority and you add any value addition, let me even give an example of commercial farming, because we are farmers, most of us here, and you invested about, because most farms are upcountry, about $150,000 US, wherever you are outside the CBD, the Central Metropolitan Region, you can qualify for 10-year income tax holiday, which a foreign company can't. I know when you talk about Uganda Investment Authority, we tend to think we are tilted towards foreigners and those that are not blacks like us, but that's not the truth. So what I want to emphasize, it's a matter of information. We have the information with us. Uganda Investment Authority is available. We are glad the embassy is here. Please get to appreciate what opportunities are for you as a domestic investor, because the threshold for the tax incentives we have are way lower for a local company than a foreigner. So all these are opportunities. For agriculture, plant and machinery is almost zero import duty. But also if you're training fellow Ugandans within the facility or factory you've set up, all these are deductible costs. We can deduct all those expenditures as long as you show us proof of research and development and training. But also, Uganda Investment Authority manages industrial parks on behalf of the government of Uganda. And this land is given for free upon availability. But surprisingly, it's going a lot to foreign companies because they're licensed with Uganda Investment Authority. So if you're doing any formal investment back home, please come and we license you. Once that land is available to be allocated, we consider those that are licensed, and all you need is $50,000 US. Yet a foreign company is $250,000 US. This land is within the industrial park across the region, and it comes to you as well for free so that you also invest and take part in the incentives that are available. But also, for facilitation purposes, we get a right to understand who you are. Sometimes the linkages are still needed. We get a lot of foreign companies that need partnerships, but once we've marked who you are, that's why I talked about the small, medium enterprises. We have an SME portal. I'll share all these details, mybusiness.go.ug. We can register you even if you've not yet made $50,000 US and you're doing some value addition back home. These linkages are made possible because we spool from what we have registered and profiled and linked to the foreign direct investors. Because as a country, we are attracting foreign direct investment that is facilitating the domestics and local investors back home. So the incentives are also available. We can elaborate on these and discuss further, but this information will be shared with you. And we are open to conclude at Uganda Investment Authority. We are a one-stop center. Next slide, please. We are a one-stop center. As investment promoter, we are not technically equipped to do all the mandates of the government, but what we do is coordinate and facilitate. So Uganda Investment Authority houses a physical and virtual one-stop center. And under this, all those agencies you see up here are actually physically located. We have immigration, that is for visas and work permit. We have Uganda Revenue Authority. I know a lot of help is needed under that area, especially if you're doing business in Uganda. We have the Uganda Registration Services Bureau for Company Incorporation. But we also have the utilities, water, electricity, all those. You can actually enter into Uganda Investment Authority One-Stop Center and access their services. And then we've also gone further to make it virtual, where we have to incorporate all these into a single window. But most of these, as guided by internal affairs, are services that are all virtual, but we want to incorporate all of them to have a single window entry, so that we ease your doing business to access the necessary key permits, the licensing that you require, but also to reduce the bureaucratic processes that you face, especially now that you're not physically present in Uganda. I want to thank the President's Office because they want to make all this virtual, and this is how we can access you. So we are working together in partnership, and I agree, and all these will be uploaded to those portals that we are creating for the diaspora, so that you actually just click in and do everything wherever you're located, but are doing business back home. We are glad to be here to facilitate. I'm available. We are glad to have the embassy here. They are our forerunners. Please engage us. To conclude, use the regulations and the policy government agencies in place. That is my last request. A lot of fraudulent engagements take place when you're going informal. And a lot of questions are on corruption, but everyone will manipulate you if you're also acting informally. But if you use us who are there formally, really, I think you will also reduce on all those issues, especially the corruption and bureaucratic processes that you're facing as you're here in the diaspora. Thank you. I would encourage you to invest back home. You don't need to necessarily come back, but we are really glad to facilitate and see that you can do business wherever you are. As a Ugandan, as a Tanzanian, you're all domestic to us as Uganda Investment Authority. So it's all the same play field. Thank you.
Can we appreciate Rita one more time? If you have any questions for Rita, please park them, because my colleague Maggie, famously called Maggie, but she's Margaret Cafero, will have a panel discussion immediately after lunch where we are looking at, unlocking wealth back home, strategic financial investment opportunities in Uganda for the diaspora. And what she's done is set the stage for that conversation. We have our partners from NSSF, Centenary Bank, Housing Finance Bank, and Post Bank, who will provide for us the necessary details on how we can unlock wealth back home. And as I mentioned earlier, the diaspora currently, and I am aware, we all probably know that in terms of foreign earnings for Uganda, the diaspora is actually now at the top. You beat coffee. So clearly the diaspora is a very important category of people. Can we appreciate the diaspora, ladies and gentlemen? But with our target for coffee, you may have to be up and down with coffee. So we will see how that goes. So we will have lunch. Let's keep it short, I guess about 45 minutes if we can, so that we are back in the room by 2:15. So we can start this panel session, and we'll then have recovered a bit of time. Lunch is on the first floor. So when you're getting out, on your way out, you'll get a lunch coupon. On the ground floor, on the first floor, out of the lift, it's on your right. And then you will have lunch there, and then we should be here by 2:15. Let's try and encourage everyone to come back together. If there's colleagues of ours who should have been here, let them know. We have a very good discussion in the afternoon. But please also remind them we have our association run tomorrow morning from 7 a.m. and later the networking gala much later in the evening from 4 p.m. All right, you're welcome to lunch. See you at 2:15. Asante sana.
Can I have just one dance with you? Must admit, I was hooked the moment I saw you. Candlelight, atmosphere, music in the air. Your perfume filled the room. I'm loving the clothes you wear. Double dare you to take. When's it ever gonna change? Just take a look at all the flowers in the field. For none was dressed like this. You gotta believe in something. You gotta believe in something. You gotta believe all things work together for the good. No matter what the cost, no matter all things lost, you gotta believe. Oh, you gotta believe. Oh, yeah. So much anger and confusion can make you lose your way. Oh, forget the world around you. Make strong your faith and pray. Oh, look at the birds up in the sky. No, they don't read, no, but soon they'll find a way.
Density is a tool to record your DJ set and master it after. Density connects to DJ decks to record a set. Rather than recording audio, it records the data, every cue, loop, and knob twist.
I've been waiting for, the love of my life I've been looking for, only wanting you more and more. Could you be? Is this a dream or is it real? Something about the way that it makes me feel, falling through the endless space of time. Could you be? Maybe it's actual, but then again maybe it's actual. That I always see, staring in the mirror back at me, living in the garden of my mind. Could you be that voice whispering in my ear, soft and gentle words that I love to hear? How can I be sure when it fades away? Could you be? Oh, maybe it's actual, maybe, just again, maybe it's actual. back at me, living in the garden of my mind. Could you be the voice whispering in my ear, something gentle words that I love to hear? How can I be sure when it fades away? Could you be, factual, but then again, maybe it's actual. Come child. There is a glow in your eyes. Looking back and reminiscing of that warm and gentle smile. I can't wait to see you walk through the door. The reason why I'm excited, 'cause you're my love, my friend, and much more. When you love to hold me, 'cause I only want to be held by you. When you love to be here, 'cause I only want to be here with you. I am completely dedicated to our love. Oh, you have my heart and attention, and there's no one who treats me like you. I can't wait to see you when I walk through that door. Reason why I'm excited, 'cause you're my love, my friend, and much more. When you love to hold me, 'cause I only want to be held by you. When you love to be here, 'cause I only want to be here with you. My only intention is to give you everything that you need. Everything you need. Time is not the issue, 'cause when you hold me, I feel so complete. When you love to hold me, 'cause I only want to be held by you. Oh yeah. When you love to be here, 'cause I only want to be here with you. Here with you, baby. All the time. When you love to hold me, 'cause I only want to be held by you. Oh
with a great idea, you just want to get things down on paper. Grammarly is the second set of eyes that helps me get work done. My name
I keep feeling something's missing. You used to talk to me no matter what time or day. Has something else taken my place? Is anything left to say? Why do you keep running from this love that's here to stay? I'm right here when you need me. I'm right here whenever you call. We've been through so much, but love and faith and trust has kept us. When no one else can see the power of love inside. We always worked it out before. I'm never gonna let you go. I promised I'd be there for you. I bet you can be sure. I'm right here when you need me, baby. I'm right here whenever you call. I'm right here when you need me, baby. I'm right here. Whenever you call, when you feel the weight scared and heavy, oh, baby, here's my shoulder. I was hooked the moment I saw you. Candlelight, atmosphere, music in the air. Your perfume filled the room. I'm loving the clothes you wear. Double dare you to take a chance tonight. Don't resist, I can feel that now the time is right. So strong, so strong, so strong, so strong. Your love, so strong. Your love is so strong, so strong, so strong. Your groove is so strong, baby, so strong. Tell me this, like to know, is there someone else? Did you come with your girls, or are you by yourself? If you'd like to be friends, I'd like to take you out. Maybe then we can see what this is all about. So strong, so strong, so strong, so strong, baby, so strong. Your love is so strong, so strong, so strong. Your groove is so strong, baby, so strong. I'd like to know. So strong, so strong, so strong. I can feel it so strong, baby, so strong. So strong, so strong, so strong, so strong. So strong, baby, so strong. Your love is come on, oh yeah. Your love is so strong, so strong. Your love is so strong. Your love is so strong, so strong. Your groove is so strong, oh baby, so strong. What I'm gonna do? So strong, so strong, so strong. Your love is so strong, so strong, so strong. Your love is so strong, so strong, so strong. Your love is so strong, baby, so strong. Never felt love like this, so strong. Oh, so strong, so strong. Your love is strong, hey, baby, so strong. Your love is so strong. Oh, 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 oh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We want to start our next session in the next few minutes. But as we prepare for the panel discussion, we may have one or two things just before I invite Maggie to handle this session. Please note that any questions for Rita from UIA will be captured after the panel discussion within the Q&A session. So that will happen very shortly. But if we have our photographers back in the room, I would like you to prepare our photographers. We'll have a photo moment here very shortly with our team from Immigration Tanzania and our immigration team of Uganda with His Excellency the Ambassador here. So I'll just request our photographers to stand by. I'll also request that the panelists introduce themselves to Margaret. Margaret, can you stand so they see where you are? Rukari, that is Margaret, if you didn't know Margaret, so please introduce yourselves, all our panelists, She needs to know that you're here so that when I invite her, she's not looking for you. First things first, the marathon tomorrow, set off is at 5:30 a.m. So team no sleep. Yeah, if you're doing chairman, if someone is running 15 kilometers, they must start at 5:30, isn't it? In fact, here the sun is out by 5 a.m. I don't know why you're complaining. Because if it was Kampala, you would be worried. But now here, by 4:30, the sun is out. All right? So, set off for, I think we have 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, Chairperson. How many kilometers? We have 15. Yes. So 15, surely we can't start running 15 kilometers at 7 a.m. You will collapse. 6:30, yes. We say 5:30 because we know you must come, you must stretch. You know you can't just run a marathon without stretching. So we will be ready for you from 5:30. Of course, set off for 15 should be around 6:30. We have 10 kilometers. We have 5 kilometers. And then they said myself and the ambassador will do 2.5 kilometers. Walking, not running. Please note that we have very old knees. We will walk 2.5 kilometers. Yeah. Please note, as you leave, the kit is available. So do not leave if you registered. Do not leave without your kit. It will be important you pick your kit on your way out. Again, let your friends know, all those who registered, we would like to start early so that we don't have to deal with issues of dehydration when the temperatures go up later in the morning. So welcome back on behalf of the High Commission and on behalf of the Association of Ugandans here in the United Republic of Tanzania. This second session is very interactive because we are looking at unlocking the potential of you, the diaspora, in investing in your own country, but also growing Uganda's economy tenfold in the next 16 years, our agenda for 2040, right? Before that, I thought I would invite His Excellency the Ambassador, Judith, and our team from Tanzania for a photo. We want a photo moment before our Tanzanian colleagues leave. So, Christiana, if you could come and take our photo. Ambassador, Your Excellency, please come. Wagenyi wetu, mukuje, in the middle here. Judith, come. It would be nice to have a photo with you and our association chair, since you're the one who also invited them to discuss our issues. So please come, Your Excellency. No, we will stand here just so for the photo. Yes, Christiana is here. Cameraman, I only have 2-3 minutes. And I thought as they come, we would appreciate them for joining us. Can we appreciate Team Immigration Tanzania? Asante sana for joining us, and I'm glad we can have this photo moment to recognize them. Yes, on this side. There you go. So that we appreciate them. And Chitanja, yes, diaspora, mukama wa diaspora. Yo inakubira mchifananyi mukama wani. There. So Ambassador Sentongo has missed this one, but the most specific thing was that we appreciate them for finding time to come and address some of our concerns. If you have a concern and you'd like them to address it, please meet them on their way out and have a private conversation. It would be nice sometimes to have these engagements. But they suggested, since this is a diaspora conversation, we may have our private issues and we don't want them to hear. So they said, let us have a photo and you know we are here, and then we can leave you to discuss freely where there are some issues that you want the High Commission to handle with us. So we want to thank you. Asante sana, and we really appreciate you. Can we appreciate Team Immigration once more? Asante sana. We really appreciate this. And so before I invite Margaret to introduce her panel, please note that we have an exhibition, a small exhibition at the back. I know that NIRA is the busiest exhibitor because all of you are trying to enroll for your ID. But please also visit the others. NSSF has a stall with their Solana project. Centenary is there. Housing Finance is there. Post Bank is there. It would be nice for you to pass by, especially members of the diaspora, pick up as much information as you can from the stalls, and then you can continue the conversation with the different representatives who are here. So we want to appreciate them for joining us. So now, may I take the pleasure of inviting our moderator for this session, Margaret Kafero, to come. She will do the honors of introducing her distinguished panel, and then we'll allow for their session to carry on with a Q&A plenary session, and then we'll introduce the last session that will be included, that will include testimonials from members of the diaspora who are doing business outside of Uganda. Can we welcome Margaret Kafero? Can we appreciate her, ladies and gentlemen? She serves as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. She can speak to what she does, but she's doing a fantastic job. Ambassador, if I may say, you brought the right person back home to help with communication in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She's doing a fantastic job.
Thank you very much. Morris, who these days I consider my ride or die, because we find ourselves at the same Ministry of Foreign Affairs events several times a year or month. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Margaret Kafero, and I am Head of Public Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kampala. And here at the kind invitation of my colleagues at the Uganda High Commission, Tanzania, who I would like to congratulate upon this first Uganda Diaspora Convention. I'm trying to pull my notes up. So, colleagues, welcome to this afternoon session where we are discussing things that are important to so many Ugandans, questions that they feel, whose answers they feel they need to know, but oftentimes do not know where to get information that is accurate and usable. There are times you will be given information, you can't use it. Sometimes it's a lot of English, but it's impractical. And the interesting part about this, this afternoon is you get to hear some of these services offer directly, or what we call from the horse's mouth. Something has gone wrong with my phone. So I'm going to introduce my my panel. I hope my panelists are here. I've seen some of them. I'd like to invite, please give them a clap as they're coming up. I'd like to invite Mr. Matthew Rukari, Head Real Estate Development, NSSF. I saw Mr. Kawesi. Mr. John Kawesi, Head Consumer Banking and Mortgages, Housing Finance Bank. I have a representative from Centenary Bank. Here we go. Grace Sugume Atukunda from Centenary Bank. And Mr. Alex Kakande, I think, will be joining us virtually. Is this still happening? Maurice, do we still have virtual panelists joining us? All right, we'll give him a moment as he joins us on screen. And once again, for those of you that were not with us this morning, we've been listening to a whole host of government services that are available to facilitate our ability to do business and to feed the government's tenfold growth strategy. And here with us this afternoon, we'd like to discuss unlocking wealth back home. How do we discover strategic financial investment opportunities in Uganda for yourselves, for the diaspora? Many of you are temporarily living outside of Uganda. Some of you think you are permanently living out of Uganda, but the one thing that we've discovered is constant is eventually everybody feels the need to go back home. And when you're going back home, the question that will ring in your mind is, but what am I going home to do? I have no investments. So for people who feel haunted by that, having no investments, we're going to have that discussion this afternoon. We've been joined by Ibrahim from Post Bank. Are we still expecting a panelist online?
Yeah, he can see us.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'm going to ask our panelists to give us a little bit of a longer introduction as we wait to be joined. We'll start off with NSSF. Intro, please.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Uganda to Tanzania, and your team, thank you very much for this invitation. Participants to this convention, thank you for coming. My name is Matthew Rukari. I've been at the fund, back home we call it the fund, for the last 10 years. So for the benefit of those who do not know, the National Social Security Fund is a provident fund. We were set up to collect pension contributions from members and employers. We were originally set up to invest those contributions for the entire period of someone's employment life. And at 55, hopefully your contributions have been prudently invested and you get a lump sum payment at the end. So since then, and I'll talk about the reforms that have happened since then. So originally we are a mandatory provident fund. So your savings that you give us were not optional. It was mandated by law, meaning it was illegal for you not to contribute. But yes, we invest in 3 main asset classes: equities, fixed income, and real estate across the East African region. So yes, that's the brief introduction.
Thank you very much, Matthew. I'd like us to, now that we've been joined by Alex, what we shall do is I will complete the intros and then we'll go right back to you, Alex, Matthew. John?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to you all. All protocol observed. My name is John Kawesi. I head consumer banking and mortgages at Housing Finance Bank. I convey warm greetings from the entire family at Housing Finance Bank. We are very delighted to be here with you today to share something that means something of value to you as well as ourselves. Housing Finance Bank has been in business for the past 58 years, and we have been evolving over the years. Currently, we are a Tier 1 commercial bank. We provide all the services that you may need, and our journey has been interesting. We've grown over time, and currently, we are within the top 7 banks in terms of profitability as well as assets. But most importantly, we are very passionate about our mandate regarding housing finance related services. We've also tapped into the sustainability journey, and we refreshed our purpose. Our purpose is financing a sustainable future for all. So all these conversations we are having, whether it's around trade, whether it's about economic empowerment, it's very close to our purpose, and together we can achieve a lot more. I'm very excited to be participating in this conversation today.
Thank you very much, John. I'd like us to move to Post Bank. Ms. Grace?
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm by the name of Tugume Grace Atkunda from Centenary Bank. I am the manager, High Network Diaspora and Workplace Banking. Centenary Bank is the second largest bank in Uganda. They call us the local bank, the farmers bank, but we deal with the lowest person and the highest person. So a bank that can match the two is the bank to be in. So I call upon everyone that is here. Please, Centenary Bank is your bank. I came with a colleague, supervisor, diaspora, Nancy Nachimanika. She's just right behind there, trying to attend to all your queries and open accounts for those who want to open accounts. I would like to thank the team that invited us. We are honored and privileged, humbled to be part of this history, to be part of the first team that really started everything, saw everything start, and I'm looking forward to talk about these 10 years to come and talk about that I have participated and so led and contributed to the growth of the diaspora business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. And we'll very quickly move over to Ibrahim from Post Bank.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Kato Ibrahim. I'm from Post Bank, Uganda. I would like to highlight that Post Bank is the only bank that is 100% owned by government. It has been in existence since 1998, and we have made quite significant strides in the last 3 years. From a tier 2 institution joining the tier 1 banks, and I would like to also highlight that in that journey, we have been able to transform into a top 10 bank in the country. And we are committed to ensure that we continue on that journey, leading with sustainability. Maybe just to throw some light, the purpose of Post Bank is to foster prosperity for Ugandans. So the discussion here today aligns very well with the bank's purpose, and I'm very eager and happy to be part of the team to embark on that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. And Mr. Kakande, who's joining us online, please a quick introduction. He is a financial advisor, and he'll speak a little bit about himself before we throw a question at him.
Thank you so much. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Apologies, I couldn't make it personally to the convention, but I'm very happy to be here. And I hope everyone can hear me, and I'm happy to be here, and I hope to share a few things about finance and personal growth and investments opportunities in Uganda with you all. Thank you.
Mr. Kakande, we're trying to test your audio.
Can you hear me? I'm trying to
It's
speak,
still low.
actually.
Is there a way for you to adjust it upwards, please?
Is this much better?
It's getting better. Is that your maximum? We've lost him completely. Whatever you did before was working. It's not working anymore. We'll sort it out in a minute.
Maggie, we are just asking him to jump off and come back on. So you can continue. When he's on and we think we have good sound, we'll let you know.
All right, so let's go right back to NSSF. I have a question for Mr. Rukari. What specific opportunities or products does NSSF offer for Ugandans in the diaspora to contribute to and benefit from long-term savings and retirement planning back home? I'll have a follow-up question for you after this one.
Thank you for that, Maggie. I left out a small bit in the introduction. NSSF currently has about 26 trillion Uganda shillings under management. And that's only from the savings of about 1 million Ugandans. So it's a classic example of the power of numbers. NSSF has a 10-year strategy to grow that number to 15 million, which we think is very achievable through engagements such as this. If mobile money subscriptions are almost 20 million, so there's clearly very real upside and potential to get there. So in as far as the products available for increased membership, like I said previously, traditionally were strictly a mandatory scheme. There was a threshold, you had to be 5 or more. But now with the amendments, it has given NSSF the mandate to be more innovative in the creation of products. So following the recent amendment of the actual NSSF Act, and also based on internal knowledge and research, I'll give you a very worrying statistic. 98% of people who receive their benefits have no benefits within 2 years of receiving them. So after 2 years of receiving, so you get your benefits at 55, by 57, 98% of those people can't account for the lump sum they received. Now, in theory, our work ends when we give you your benefits. We have invested them for 25, 30 years, and then you're of age, you come for your money, and then you receive it. But NSSF has a fiduciary duty to take care of the member even after they retire and receive their package. So a product known as Smart Life Flexi was created to give members the opportunity to voluntarily top up or make investments while they are still in employment. This product has less stringent rules than the mandatory scheme. It allows you to basically invest as low as 5,000 shillings any number of times you wish in a given month. This money is invested, and over time you earn quite a decent return. So think of it as an investment product that earns a double-digit return annually. And if anyone knows, has heard about the rule of 72, all you have to do is get 72 divided by the interest rate, and you will have the number of years it will take to double your money. If you gave me 10 million shillings, and I was earning 10% on that 10 million shillings, 72 divided by the 10%, it would take you 7.2 years to double the 10 million shillings you gave me. So compound interest, I think it was Einstein who said, is the ninth wonder of the world. So that's one of the products. The other product is our housing offering. We have products ranging from apartments, townhouses, bungalows, and villas that are on the market. These products are in well-designed, master-planned communities, which will offer your money the opportunity to be safe, to gain in value over time, to receive a rental return, a capital appreciation return over time. and more product is going to be put on the market. Currently, there's a high-end product on the market, but in the next couple of months, we'll have a more middle-income product in Temangalo and in Simbe that will be put on the market, which will offer the diaspora community the opportunity to gain exposure in the real estate space back home. Thank you.
Maybe, Matthew, you mentioned the diaspora community, and most of the services that you've been offering, we usually encounter them as Ugandans living in Uganda, and you had started on something that I would like you to expound upon. Are there any ongoing or upcoming reforms to make NSSF more accessible or beneficial to the diaspora community? Because they don't work here, they don't work in Uganda.
Indeed. But the product is sold to Ugandans and non-Ugandans alike. The housing product, for example. Whether you renounced Ugandan citizenship or fully Tanzanian now, and maybe down the line you can retire back home as a Tanzanian, you could still buy product and get a legal certificate of title. I'm sure the banks will tell you that you can still access the mortgage services. The reforms, I briefly hinted, previously we were strictly mandatory scheme. But now you can gain in the investment expertise of the fund by signing up to the Smart Life Flexi product. All you would need to do is have a national ID number, right? There's a barcode at the back, and we can have a quick conversation after this. Once you get your NIN, and conveniently they're right next to me, you just move over to the next booth, and with just a NIN, you would have access to the investment product that will earn you a decent 10, 11, 12%. So the reforms were really the amendment of the Act, and the conversations have begun back in the office about increasing the product offering in real estate. So not everyone wants a house. Some people just want a 50 by 100, a 100 by 100 now. You plan on coming back home in 5, 10 years, why not buy a piece of vacant land from the fund in preparation for your return down the line when you're ready to build a house, right? So those conversations have begun. In a given, in Simbe, for example, is 843 acres. We will develop a portion of it. We'll master plan the whole thing. There'll be a portion that will be land purely that we will sell. The diasporans are encouraged to take part in that, because I know that some of you have the frustrations about, without physically being in Uganda, how can I invest in a decent asset that will potentially gain in value in my absence? So buying from an institutional investor and developer like us gives you the comfort of doing it on your laptop, having 1 or 2 relatives visit the site to confirm indeed it's there. Everything is clear. You don't have to visit it every 3 weeks, which is what the Ugandans do when they buy from people back home. You have to physically keep checking on your piece of land to see if it's still there, regardless of whether it can be moved or not. So with an institutional investor like us and developer, you will, in the not too distant future, have the ability to gain exposure to a piece of property in a well master planned location. And well master planned means that its valuation over time is more or less guaranteed, because value is a function of the uses to which you can put land, and in a well master planned estate, your chances are more or less assured. Thank you.
Matthew, just very quickly, you mentioned a national ID.
Yes.
But what you're offering is available to both citizens and non-citizens alike. What does a non-citizen, or maybe a Ugandan moved here, got married, acquired Tanzanian citizenship, and now wants to move back home but lost their citizenship, what do they present to you?
Yes, Maggie, sorry, I should have clarified. There are 2 main products I've come here to talk about. The first product is the Smart Life Savings product, which invests in financial assets. Financial assets are paper assets, equities and bonds, right? That particular product is in its infancy. We're in the stage 1 of that product.
And we shall be hearing about equities
and
bonds from Mr. Kakande.
Yes, so that product, for now, is only available to people that have the NIN. The housing product, on the other hand, The housing product currently has housing units available. That is available to Ugandans and non-Ugandans. You don't need a NIN to partake in the acquisition or investment of our real estate products.
Thank you very much. I would like to move to Postbank. Mr. Kato, I will have one question for you and probably a follow-up. How is Postbank facilitating secure, affordable financial services for the diaspora, especially in terms of digital banking, remittances, and SME financing?
Okay, thank you. For you to appreciate that journey of how Postbank is facilitating secure, affordable
I think we need to increase Mr. Kato's microphone.
Okay, for you to appreciate how Postbank is facilitating secure, affordable financial services for the diaspora, especially in terms of digital banking, remittance, and SMEs, you have to lean back and tap into the National Development Plan 2024. When you look in there, the government has highlighted key sectors or segments of the economy where they want to invest aggressively over the next few years, 10 years. So when you dig in there, there are 5 aspects you want to look out for. Number 1 is to drive financial inclusion. I'll speak to a product here that is intended for that purpose. But also beyond that, they have spoken about the ATMs. The ATMs in this case is agriculture, mechanization, and agro-processing. They have highlighted the focus on tourism and accommodation, and also highlighted oil and gas. So those are spaces that if you are planning in the diaspora, you want to make sure you put your mind around them. Now, what are some of the products that we have in the bank that align to the National Development Agenda? Number 1, under the agriculture space, we have quite a number of products designed for SMEs and the corporates to tap into to refine their business or to grow their business. So we have set out a plan as a bank that over the next 4 years, we shall deploy 40% of our capital to facilitating and financing the SMEs. So that is a space where the diaspora can tap into. But also going back to tourism and accommodation, still a space where you can tap into and invest back home through different products that are available to see that you're able to get income in there. Someone can say, how am I going to tap into the oil and gas sector? The oil and gas sector comes with a lot. There is leisure, there is hospitality, there is accommodation. So you can also invest in those spaces. What are some of the specific products that the diaspora community can tap into? Number 1, there is what you call investment opportunities in the bills and bonds. We have those where you lend your money to the government of Uganda to be able to achieve the different goals set out over a given period of time, and they pay interest over the short or the long term. Very interesting venture and a very secure venture as well. We have what we call the fixed deposits in the bank. You have your money, you want to deploy and make sure you get some money, and you avoid having money on account lying idle. That is a specific space where you can go into. Specifically for remittances, when you talk about the diaspora, there are things you can't forget. 1 is convenience, 2 is access, and then 3 is affordability. Postbank last year rolled out a wallet called the Wendy wallet. I would have loved if the MC could just help us project the Wendy wallet for people to appreciate it. Now, the Wendy wallet is an app that can be accessed on Play Store or Google Store. When you download the Wendy wallet, all you need for you to operate the Wendy wallet is a national ID.
Can we have Wendy
for you
projected?
To enroll on the app or to start the journey. What does Wendy give you today? Wendy facilitates payments and empowers individuals to manage, save, and invest whatever the resources they have. What can you do on Wendy? Quite a number of things. You do all the bill payments, you can manage a group. When the different diaspora communities we have interacted with, we have identified that they have formed groups the way we are seeing it.
Just a second, Mr. Kato. Mr. Kakande, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Confirm that you can hear me.
Mr. Kakande, can you hear us? We have to make sure you can hear us and we can hear you, because your contribution ties in with Mr. Kato's submission.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, there we go.
Perfect.
I was talking about its capabilities. So to download the Wendy wallet, one needs just a national ID, and you're able to enroll yourself for those who are using a smartphone. But for those who are not using a smartphone, you can simply use *229.
We really need to see the Wendy app here. It's very difficult for him to describe it with no visual.
Yeah, I can go.
Keep going, I think we're
Okay,
sure.
so for those who don't have a smartphone, *229#. So someone can use it in Tanzania or back home. Now, what are the unique things and why the Wendy wallet, and why am I talking about it in Tanzania? For as long as you have a national ID, you can download the Wendy wallet and use it anywhere. For the Tanzania community in Tanzania, you could have a group. You want to operate a group. Probably you have some dynamics around opening a bank account that will operate as a group. The Wendy wallet gives you the capability to operate a group on the wallet of even more than 500 people. You pull yourselves into a group and you're able to operate it the way you would operate a bank account, with the mandate of authorized signatories being the ones authorizing transactions within the app. But what is the real catch and where is the benefit of the Wendy wallet? You have idle funds, you are able to send them onto your savings module on Wendy and earn a guaranteed 10% per annum. Why is the catch? That if I put my money on Monday and I want to access it on Wednesday, I would have earned the interest daily on Monday and Tuesday, and I will forfeit nothing. I can access my money at any time and conveniently. How do I load the wallet? In Tanzania and across the entire world, we have partnered with key remittance companies like Western Union. If you go onto the Wendy wallet now, you don't have to look for Western Union or any other remittance platform to send your money back home. For as long as your money is in there, you're able to send money to Uganda, to any person in there using your Wendy wallet. But most importantly as well, you're able to walk to any Western Union agent and load your wallet, and you can send a coupon to whoever you want, and you don't have to tell your people back home to go and line up in a bank to withdraw money. Now that is accessibility. You're taking away 30K, 40K for someone driving from inside Buyende to go to the down center to access a bank. In this case, you're telling them download Wendy or sign up on the USSD and access your money at home. We have strategic partnerships with MTN, Airtel, and majority of the commercial banks, including Housing Finance, Exim Bank, Stanbic Bank on FlexiPay, Pride Microfinance, and several others. When you have money on Wendy, you're able to send it to any bank at any time within the strategic partnership. So that is another wallet that someone can look into. What are the other services we can offer? Of course, we have mortgages. Under the SME, I've already spoken about the different things we have done in partnership with government. And if time allows, I'll also highlight the different initiatives like the large-scale farmers that we have gone into with the government of Uganda to enhance that specific space.
We'll give you 2 minutes. 2 minutes to talk about the farmers.
Okay, now the large-scale farmers is an initiative where we have partnered with the government and the government banks to extend funds to farmers who are in the space of ensuring food security back home in Uganda. How does that one work? It targets those who have large-scale firms, but most importantly, there is no interest rate attached to that facility. The government pays the interest for you. Of course, there are quite a number of mechanisms we follow.
What's a large-scale farmer?
Okay,
What acreage are you talking about?
50 acres.
So 50 acres, please mind, when he's talking 50 acres and up, okay?
Yeah, but we have quite a number of products that look after those who do not have 50 acres and above. We have a CELI, which facilitates agriculture. We have Grow for Women, which facilitates any space you're playing into, and quite a number of others. Thank you.
And what did you say about the interest rates of those?
Which ones?
Both for the large scale and the lower scale?
So the large scale farmers, the government pays interest for you because you're engaged in an activity that is enhancing or promoting food security in the country. For the others, the interest rates are discounted to a tune of between 10 and 15%, depending on the sector and the risk associated with the business you're involved in.
10 and 15%. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kato. And I think we're seeing some visuals of Wendy as we move to Housing Finance Bank. Mr. Kawesi, real estate remains a key interest for many in the diaspora. How is housing finance enabling diaspora clients to invest in property or access mortgage financing in Uganda? And while you're at it, what mechanisms are in place to ensure trust and transparency in property-related transactions for diaspora clients? Because we can't separate those two things.
Thank you so much. As Housing Finance Bank, like I mentioned earlier, we have evolved over the years, and the real estate sector is very close to our hearts. That's where we started before transitioning into fully commercial bank. We're a tier 1 commercial bank. We provide all the services, but still we are the leading bank when it comes to mortgage financing. We are still the leading bank in Uganda. So for the diaspora community, I have good news for you. We have a dedicated team at Housing Finance Bank, and I have my colleague seated at the back. Emmanuel, if you can just wave at us. I came with Emmanuel. Yeah, at the back, he's one of the relationship managers whose job on a daily is to look after diaspora customers like you. So you don't have to come back home to access our services. We have mechanisms to serve you from wherever you are. Now, specifically for those who are here in Tanzania, I would like to assure you that we have a mechanism of serving you. You don't have to travel back home, but you can do everything through our diaspora desk end to end. So we have, we continue working with different partners within the housing space or the real estate sector. Together we are working towards reducing the housing units deficit, which is currently at 2.4 million houses in the country. And when I look around, I see each one of you contributing towards reducing that deficit. So we provide services in the entire value chain of housing, starting with land purchase, because that is the first phase. So you could be working here and you would like to buy a plot of land in any place in Uganda. We facilitate that. We can finance you in case you don't have all the money. But besides land purchase, we work with you the entire journey up to the point of completion. And most times we think owning a home is the end game. That is just part of the journey. But after owning your home, you could be interested in investing in commercial properties to generate income for you and your family. So that entire journey, we shall walk that with you. And we have several solutions or products that we provide for all our customers, irrespective of the income levels. Now, over the years, we've supported customers who have titled land, and that is straightforward. Those are mortgages, and the purposes may be different. You could be interested in an outright purchase, Probably you've seen a property in Uganda, irrespective of the location, you would like to purchase that property for you and your family. So we provide financing in that space. You could be interested in construction. We have different preferences. You could prefer constructing on your own as opposed to purchasing a property. We also finance that. And the value add we provide you with is the fact we have a dedicated team, quantity surveyors in-house. So when you're constructing, we make sure we work with you in the different phases. We release the money in phases, and we continue monitoring this project. We don't want to give you money and then we hear that you bought a new Range Rover, you know? So when you divert the money, there's a real risk for you when it comes to paying back the money we've given you. So we have a dedicated team that will guide you throughout the entire journey of that project. So where we have questions, we engage you and we find a solution together. Now that is for construction. And I didn't mention that we are 100% indigenous. We are the largest indigenous bank in Uganda, and we have 3 institutional shareholders, the largest being NSSF, and I'm happy that I'm here with my colleague from NSSF at 50%, followed by the government of Uganda at 49.2%, and then National Housing. Why am I mentioning this? National Housing has ventured into real estate, and we partner with most of the major developers in the country, NSSF being one of them. So if you're interested in some of the properties Matthew has mentioned, please talk to us. You don't have to first save for 10 years. If you wait for 10 years, that property will not be having the same value if you're purchasing it. So talk to us. You can start with what you have, whether you have 10%, 20%, 30%. Please talk to us so that you can own that property today without having to overweight. So I've talked about land purchase. I've talked about outright purchase for an existing property. I've talked about construction. You can also decide to complete or improve your property. Okay? Maybe you need to improve on the energy efficiency. We actually we have moved away from only financing brick and mortar, but other services that come with a house or a home, we do finance them. For example, you could be interested in clean energy. We actually have funds that facilitate clean energy. You could be interested in biogas. You could be interested in solar, and you know probably you're spending a lot of money on the traditional means of energy, but for clean energy or renewable energy, please talk to us. You can access money at as low as 17% to complement your efforts towards home ownership. We also have other services that we support, like water harvesting. There's a lot that we can do in terms of creating efficiencies for our homes, even our real estate business. So if you have tenants and you're having challenges with managing those bills with your tenants and things like that, you can actually talk to us and we finance you, whether it's renewable energy or water harvesting and related services. For the ladies, we have special terms for you. Please talk to us. We'd like to encourage women within the housing sector because majority of the players are still men. We still see fewer women in that sector. Please talk to us. We have a booth at the back. We'll be able to engage you. Even after this discussion today, I would like us to take the conversation further. So you could be thinking of commercial properties, not only home ownership. Like I mentioned, we work with developers. You could be interested in developing multiple units, probably 10 units. You could get together with your friends, with your family, pull resources together, and your end game is to construct and sell the houses at the end of the day. Please talk to us. We have funds for you, and we are happy that you're contributing to the economic growth of our country. So anything to do with real estate, I would like to assure you that we provide financing, and we also provide advisory services depending on the step you are at. Lastly, we have a product we call Zimba Mpola Mpola, and we designed it out of research, out of insights from our customers. In Uganda and many parts of the world, we know that we build incrementally. There are very few people in this room that will raise their hands that, yes, I had 400 million in my bank account and I constructed my house. Most times we build incrementally. So we designed this product for the low to middle income earners. So if you're in the diaspora and you're thinking, oh, how can I start? I'm earning less money. I can assure you that we lend as little as 200,000 shillings. 200,000 shillings in dollars, that's about $50. Okay? Please talk to us. Whether you have titled land or you have chibanja, we can still support you. I don't want you to think, oh, I don't have a title, I just have ndagano. How can I start my journey towards home ownership? We do finance. We work with the different stakeholders, the LCs, to ensure that the transaction we rule out any irregularities. So we work with you, but I would like to assure you that we provide solutions for everyone. Low income earners, middle income earners, high income earners, we have solutions for you. There shouldn't be any limitation. Thank you.
Thank you. John, before I move to Grace, colleagues, banks, 17% interest. But you said as low as 17% interest. I'm thinking the elephant in the room here is the interest rate. If I borrowed 400 million, even on Zimba and Polampola, you're asking me to pay you back 68 million shillings before I start to pay the loan back. So your money is 68 million. Let's discuss that. I know, Grace, I haven't come to you, but you're all in that same boat because you're charging very, very, very expensively for this money. And why? Why don't we discuss this? Why is it 17%? Because that's actually what's in people's minds out here. Let's address that. And does it get any lower? And if it's 17%, then why wouldn't someone borrow from a Tanzanian bank here and just go home and build at home? Let's discuss the cost of borrowing money. Mr. Kakande, 17%? How do we get around this? Does it go any lower?
Thank you so much for your question. So the issue of interest rates is always it's always causing so many questions, debates, but what I can say is we don't have one shoe we've designed to fit everyone, but the interest rates or the pricing depends on your profile as a customer. For example, if you have a business and the income is not very consistent, this month you make 1 million shillings, Uganda shillings, the other month you make 400,000. So that profile is different from someone who has very sustainable cash flows, and we look at customers uniquely. So we are not going to box you into one place and look at you as one customer. So the issue of pricing is very negotiable. Nothing is cast in stone. So as we discuss the nitty-gritties, we advise you on the best rate we can give you. The rate I was talking about is specific to clean or renewable energy. If you want to improve your home, your house, your business, using any of those means that promote renewable energy. But pricing is not cast in stone. We are very flexible, and it's negotiable. And maybe to guide, there are forces of demand and supply that help us determine the actual pricing when it comes to lending. I'm sure you know about, my colleague talked about the government securities, the central bank rate. All those come in to help us determine what pricing we are going to agree upon with our customers, or the pricing we are going to apply, because we don't work in isolation. So those factors come in handy when we are determining the pricing for our customers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to move to Grace. Centenary Bank. Centenary Bank has a strong reputation for supporting grassroots economic growth. How can diaspora investors tap into community-based investments or support SMEs through your bank? And do you offer any structured investment vehicles or savings schemes tailored for diaspora clients?
Thank you very much. First, we shall look, like you said, Centenary Bank. By the way, I forgot to tell you that last year we celebrated 40 years of existence. So that was a milestone for us. Yeah. You talked about the grassroots. There are different products, like we were saying, the diaspora composition has both the formal and informal. So while you're looking at investment options, you have to look at which category are we looking at. Because you must formulate products that will benefit each sector. So what we have done, like mostly for our both SME, you will try to look at investments that they can monitor, that they can supervise. If you look at diaspora people, they are not there. Most of them are supervising from a distance. We try and give them products tiered to what can be controlled in their space. So here I'm going to talk about mostly like leave alone like accounts. If you look at mostly the low people, those that are the kadamas, those ones that are doing low income like jobs, those ones we are finding it hard to open and invest their money back home. First and foremost, the nature of the jobs they are doing, that was one. And two, when they looked at themselves, they had lowest self-esteem. So they needed a bank that would come and embrace them and give them tiered products to benefit them. So looking at only the investment, just having an account and knowing that my money, I'm working hard here, but I'll go back home and get that account, find my money there. But secondly, gone are the days where one would suffer to have an account opened. Now you can open accounts online. You can view your account online without coming back to Uganda. You can also withdraw your funds from your account without coming home. And then you have a dedicated person to supervise and overlook and to answer your queries, your worries, any information you want to know about your account. That was a very good, that's the start. Because without an account, you can't make an investment back home. You need where you put that money that you're going to use to acquire that investment. That was one, the first one. Then secondly, being the nature of our bank, for our diaspora people, what are those areas that they needed to invest in? You can't start a business which you're not monitoring, because that one will not prosper. What we did, we looked at tiered products in terms of mortgages. We split our land investment options. When you look at there's acquisition of land, there's improvement of the property that you've already acquired, there's accessing, maybe you have a house, but it doesn't have water, it doesn't have electricity, or maybe like my colleagues have been saying, you acquired a land. You know how these people make their money? It's in small bits. They want to buy maybe 30 properties of 50 by 100. It's on Chibanja. How are they going to process a title for that? So what did we do? Apart from bonds that my friend Ibrahim tried to explain, which I will not explain again, I'll try and break down what do we have under the loans.
Don't worry about bonds, Mr.
No. I'm trying to break down the areas in which you can invest in. We have center mortgages. Those you can acquire, there are people who have their money and they can maybe get money from here, take a loan from here and want to buy a finished building, or want to buy a condominium, or want to buy, those ones we call center mortgages. That's how we tiered those ones. For all those people that are diaspora customers that would want to acquire a finished house or a condominium that is complete and you have your money, you can pay for it, or you have a deposit that you can make and pay. Then there are those who want to just acquire land or process a title, maybe on Kabaka's land, and you're worried that your land will not, you need to process a title for your land. We partnered with Buganda Land Board, and we are processing titles for all those people that have Bibanja. So by the time you come, we give you a facility that will help you acquire that land title. So at least you know that I have an legit what? Title. Then we have what we call center loans. Center home loans, whereby you have a house and you want to renovate it, to put electricity, to paint it. All those are loans that are available for you to take. So those are some of the proper investments that we have for you back here. Another thing, my colleague also talked about it, about offering...
Grace, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. There's this one thing that I wanted to talk about, which all of us ignore, but is very vital to us. We offer diaspora funeral cover. Sometimes you're here, you're worried, you lose a dear one, and you do not have that financial support there and then to help you maybe transport your loved one back home, repatriate the body or your dear one back home. So we have a bank assurance that will help you to repatriate your loved one back home with ease. You do not have to worry about the expenses because everything will be covered. So maybe that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're learning quite a bit. I do think we need to give a clap to our colleagues from the banking sector and financing. And very quickly, I'd like to move to Mr. Kakande. Can you hear us now? Are you still there?
Yes, I can hear you. Confirm that you can hear me. I can hear you. Confirm that you can hear me. I can hear you. Confirm that you can hear me.
What are the most common financial mistakes or missed opportunities you see among diaspora investors? And what would be your top 3 strategic recommendations for Ugandans in the diaspora who want to easily and sustainably back home? You have 10 minutes.
Only confirm if you can hear me before I answer that. I had a mistake in a minute. Confirm that you can hear me. Apologies, team. Confirm that you can hear me. I'm actually right now shouting.
So I think the problem might be the network. Okay, we're going to text you your question. Question, but not everything. So we're sending you your question.
I can hear you. Just confirm that you can hear me, then I will start replying to the questions.
Your stadium loud.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much for having me, and apologies for the network. Sometimes the devices are that hard, but I'll go straight away not to lose the discussion. I want to thank the different banks and NSSF for the topics they are talking about and the products they are offering. But my kind of discussion is going to be centered around individual investments and specifically the treasury bonds or the capital markets, plus a little bit of the unit trust, plus the NSSF Smart Life, which at this point we can easily categorize as a capital markets product for the different investors, especially those, as Matthew said, that have national IDs. But before I take that route, I want to start on saying that at any one point, someone wants to set up goals. If you left Uganda, I personally am not in Uganda, I'm in the diaspora. But at the end of the day, in 5 years, in 10 years, I'm going to go back to Uganda. And I want to maybe do certain specific projects. I might want to construct a house, like Housing Finance and Post Bank have indicated. I might want to set up a project that is unique in terms of farming, in terms of agriculture, anything that you'd want to do. Or at the best, you might want to even retire, which means at the end of the day, you need assets or you need a cash flow that is going to finance that. Originally, or in the previous years, like 5 years ago, we knew everyone who was in the diaspora, their investments back home was either you start a business that you can't supervise and people lost a lot of money in that, or you invested in land, and of which if you aren't there to supervise it, the risks that came with land were prevalent. Now we are starting to encourage people to start investing in capital market products. One, they require less capital. That at a bare minimum, if you are to invest in the treasury bonds or treasury bills, you require a minimum of Ugandan shillings 100,000. Alternatively, if you are to invest in products like NSSF Smart Life or the money market funds we have in Uganda, the regulated money market funds, at a minimum, like for NSSF Smart Life, you need 5,000. That's how affordable and inclusive these products are. Yet at the same time, the profits or the return that you end up making on these products is competitive. When you think about treasury bonds right now in Uganda, we are in a period which we call a political period where the political premium is essentially increases. Then you have to appreciate that always interest rates will go up. And I know we talked about why are interest rates on mortgages and loans very high, and they said it's because of treasury bonds. But you have to think about it from an investor perspective, that interest rates on long-term treasury bonds right now are 17 and above, which means for every million you invest, you are at a bare minimum going to get 17% before tax. And that is competitive to even the business that you might set up back home. Even the short to medium term bonds, like in the recent auction we saw, it brought in a 16.5%. That means if you had invested $1 million, you are going to be guaranteed a 16.5% before tax. So if I'm to just talk about the profits, and I'm using the word profits because it's what we are using to when we are talking about businesses, the profits are competitive enough to guarantee you to give an opportunity to the treasury securities. And like they said, like Mr. Kato said, this is you lending to the government through Bank of Uganda. Your contract is with the Bank of Uganda. Your investment is with the Bank of Uganda. But you have to go through the different banks. We have Centenary here, it's a primary dealer. We have Housing Finance, it's a primary dealer. We have Post Bank, it deals in treasury bonds, and all the other tier 1 banks. So which means the risk of you losing your money is reduced to the level that at any one point, you are guaranteed that Bank of Uganda will pay you. And is it a projection of the future alone? No. It's even a retrospective review when we look back in the past and say, for Uganda, because you are lending to the state that is Uganda, the first treasury security was issued in 1969. And for if you are Ugandan or if you know the history of Uganda, we know those are almost 50 years later. And the Bank of Uganda, with the different governors and deputy governors and the technical team, they have never ever defaulted. They have never failed to pay because of the fundamental significance of the treasury bond and treasury bills to the element that is the financial institutions in Uganda. And that, when you think about that way, then you have to think about that way, that if I know I'm going to always be paid, or at a bare minimum, there is a lowest risk that I will not be paid. Then two, when you think about the profits that you are making from this investment, and three, the ease and inclusion of these products, then you have to sit back and say, why don't I give it an opportunity? And it all starts with understanding those three things. One, that my contract is with the Bank of Uganda. I might go through Centenary Bank. Let me open up a bank account because I don't have a bank account in Uganda. Well and good. I might go through Post Bank. I might go through Housing Finance. Or I might go through any other bank that I have an account. At the end of the day, I'm investing. My contract is with the Bank of Uganda. So that means your worry or any risks that someone might be like, okay, what happens if a bank closes? You understand that your bonds are sitting at Bank of Uganda. They are not sitting with any bank. That's one. Two, when you think about the future, where we are right now, the profits, yes, at the end of the day, we are getting 17%. It might not be 17% next year, but at least we have seen consistently over time, the last 5 to 10 years, treasury bonds have offered above 15%. Now take a step back and think about it this way, that if you are in the diaspora and you have set up goals that in 5 years I might want to go and construct my house, or I might want to go and buy a house from NSSF, or set up whatever project you want to set up, and you buy a bond for 5 years that can guarantee you a 15% profits every single year, and every coupon the government pays you every 6 months, you reinvest it back, because the benefit of being in the diaspora is that you can invest for a period of time without you withdrawing that money. Then in 5 years and a half, you would have doubled your money. So if right now you have just 10 million Ugandan shillings and you buy a 5-year bond or a 10-year bond, by 2030, that value would have increased to close to 20 million. And yet you are not literally doing anything. That is passive investment. That is passive in nature, that you're going to continue doing whatever you're doing in Tanzania. You're going to continue being employed or doing the businesses you are doing. But this income that you are investing is competitive enough that you want to invest it that way. Alternatively, we know majority of us in the diaspora, we go back home when we are ready to retire. That's when you take a step back and say, when I go back home, what am I going to retire to? Now, when I was still working in Uganda, it was mandatory for me to contribute to NSSF, and my employer contributed to NSSF. Now, in the diaspora, you might not have that. So what do? You set up your retirement plan. And the treasury bonds are one of the best. They are so good that, as Matthew talked about, that the NSSF, and I always love to reference on NSSF because it brings the confidence in the people. That NSSF, which is over a 20 trillion asset company, has over 12 trillion in government bonds. So if you can trust NSSF to manage your retirement benefit, that means you can, in your individual capacity, also trust yourself to go buy the treasury bonds from Bank of Uganda directly through the different banks that you might be banking with. Any bank that you might want to choose is okay. That is about a personal banking relationship. And when you think about the returns that you're going to be getting are competitive enough for you to trust to say, I might have $1 million to invest. Let me put 700,000 in the treasury bond. Let me put the 200,000 in an NSSF Smart Life product. And let me put 100,000 in maybe a unit trust for my emergency funds. And all these products work in an ecosystem, the ecosystem which we are calling the capital markets products, where you have to be in a position to say, I need to set up goals, but if I'm to invest in the treasury bonds, how do they work? They are paying a very good competitive return, one. They are safe and secure. Globally, for us who work in investments, they tell us treasury bonds are the safest investments in any country. They are even in Tanzania. And three, they are easy. You can start with the 200K if that's what you have. If you have $1 million, you can put it there. If you have 5 million, any money that you have, even if your goal is to invest to one day buy land and you do not have that money, you can now move that money to treasury bonds for it to earn some decent return in a way that guarantees you that after 5-10 years, you can just get all that money and do your particular product. Back to you.
Thank you very much. And I know you're going to get a question from the audience. Friends, I'd like to open this discussion up for the next 7 minutes. Questions. I actually have been receiving some questions here, which I want to throw out very quickly. To NSSF, what are the rates for your bond product? For Alex, I think you've actually, Alex probably answered this on treasury bonds. He's told us some of the products that can be invested in. And Mr. Kato, can you give more details on the products of large-scale farmers? Let's start over with Matthew, and Mr. Kato, and then back to Alex.
Thank you for that. They say in finance, you should never use the word guarantee. You should never speak about the future with confidence. You can speak about the past, but you shouldn't tell clients that the past is going to replicate in the future. But with that said, so far, the rates on the Smart Life Flexi product have averaged 12 to 13%, which is quite decent. Like Mr. Kakande said, that if you went directly into bonds yourselves, you would be making 16.5%, 15% before tax. Now, once you tax that 15.5%, you probably end up at the 13, 14 we're talking about. So the rates that we've been earning on the Smart Life Flexi won't be subjected to tax. You will receive this credited to your account, and you will receive it after 1 year. The only lockout period is 1 year. Beyond that point, as and when you need to make a land acquisition or make a house deposit, you can capture your savings after the first 12 months at any time that you want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Kato. On the product for large-scale farmers.
What you call PPP, private-public sector partnership, where the government of Uganda partnered with specific banks. I will highlight Postbank for clear reasons, to boost what you call production and promote agro-industrialization, specifically focused on some specific agricultural products in the market. Number 1 is maize, number 2, beans, number 3, soybean, number 4, sorghum, And number 5, animal feeds. All that is geared towards promoting food security in the country. What the government did is to promote growth and production in these specific areas. They came out and said, through this partnership, we shall pay interest on behalf of the farmer. So what the partner banks do is assess the farmer. You have to meet the basic criteria to qualify for a loan. We assess the farmer through the normal bank procedures. At the end of the day, you will pay back the money you have taken. The government will pay the interest for you. That is the best I can talk about it. And since you have given me the opportunity, I don't want to live here without, there is a word they say back home, okubusa. I would like to get the opportunity to put something out there. There is a reason as to why the Wendy mobile app I've been talking about has 1.8 million subscribers after a period of 1 year and 2 months. 1.8 million. There is a reason as to why the Wendy mobile app has over 300 billion shillings. There is a reason as to why the app has processed more than 2 trillion Uganda shillings over a period of 1 year. Banks that have been in the market over 50 years, 20 years, do not have a customer base of 1.8 million people. It's about scalability, it's about trust, and it's about what you get. For whatever reason, before you go to bed today, download the app, look at it, and see what it can give you. Don't let any of your funds lie idle on any platform. Whether it's money in a bank, money on any wallet, make sure it slips on a savings account, make that money overnight. And as a bank, we are here to support you through the process. Reach out to us when you go to our handle www.postbank.co.ug, read about Wendy, go to your mobile app's Play Store, download Wendy, look at it, and invest your money today. Don't let your funds lie idle. Like I said, you can make the 10% on those idle funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think, Alex, this question for you was about how we can calculate, which I do think he did tackle this, calculating the interest on treasury bonds. He did mention this, but I would like
I'll try just a little to address that. So there are two things, just for 1 minute. When you go to buy treasury bonds, or when you are interested in treasury bonds, you're going to meet two interest rates. There is what we call the coupon rate, that is always set by, let me call it by Bank of Uganda, and that never changes. So when you go to your bank and you say, I want a 10-year bond, they're going to tell you the 10-year bond offers a coupon rate of 14.125%. When you say, I want a 15-year bond, it's 15.8%. That doesn't change. Now, the most interesting rate is what we call the yield to maturity, or interest rate, actually, depending on who you're talking to. When you go to the bank, that is the rate that you should pay attention to, because that determines two things. It determines how much you are going to pay. So when I sit back and I say right now, long-term treasury bonds are offering 17%, I'm talking about the yield. And that yield means you are buying a bond at a discount. At least all the bonds we are having right now, the 10-year bonds and above, are coming in at a discount. Which means if you have, or you want to buy a bond of 10 million, you're going to end up paying maybe 9 million. And this is what happened a week and a half ago, actually 2 weeks ago, in the last auction, that the 20-year bond ended up bringing in 17.945%. For a bond to bring in such a high return, it meant that anyone who bought a bond of 5 million ended up paying just around 4 million, 4.1. Anyone who bought for 10 million ended up paying around 8.9 million. like that, that means that discount is a benefit right away. And so when you go to the bank or when you are investing in the bond, you always look out for the yield rate because that determines the actual profit you make on your investment. You always want to buy when at least the bond you are buying is at a discount. And a discount means you are getting a little bit of, you are not paying for some of the bond. So that way, if you are buying from the primary market, Bank of Uganda right away, Bank of Uganda will set it out right away. If you are buying from one of the banks, like the banks we have at the panel, you can negotiate. So if you go with more money and they tell you you have 100 million, you're in the diaspora people sometimes have the money, you can always negotiate and say, I would want to take maybe 17%, and that will automatically bring you a rate that gives you a bond at a discount. Back to you.
When we are talking about money, the conversation can keep going the whole afternoon, but we do need to wind up. I'm going to take 2 questions from the audience because I already had 3. I need my glasses for this. I can't see. Actually, it is 3 questions, and we're going to make them very quick. Please be clear who you are addressing your question to. We're going to take 1, lady in black 2, and over there, the lady in beige 3. Let's do this quickly.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. My name is Lillian. I'm a student here in Dar es Salaam. My question goes to Madam Tugume Grace, Centenary Development Bank. Yes, I'm proud of the Development Bank in Uganda, but I was disappointed when I came here and I didn't find any Centenary Development. I thought, being that it is the largest in Uganda, I would find it here in Dar es Salaam. To my surprise, it was not there. I suffered a lot during my first time being here. Now, Madam Tugume, given that Centenary is one of the largest banks in Uganda, are there plans to expand services to Ugandan in diaspora or reduce digital transaction charges for Visa cards or any other means? Because we find that...
I think we'll just keep it as short as we possibly can.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Please take the microphone over there.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My question goes to Matthew. I subscribed to NSSF between 2004 and 2009, but then I stopped. So my question is, are my subscriptions still accruing interest? And next question, along the way, malicious person stole my cards, the NSSF cards, and for some reason destroyed them. So I don't know how I can now access my account in NSSF.
I think in addition, since it's a personal question, maybe we'll get a general answer for that, but they do have a service at the back where you can actually present your specific issue. We have a last question over there.
Good afternoon. I have savings with NSSF for 6 years, but I cannot withdraw those savings until I'm 55. So is it possible to transfer those savings to a bond? To a bond.
Okay. I do want to mention that we've had 3 questions from 3 ladies. No gentleman here saves money, or no, none? We just have people that spend here? There's someone at the back over there. This is my attempt to be fair.
Yeah, the whole thing was that you first selected ladies only, but it's okay. Mine is again about NSSF. I thank you for the presentation in the first place. But then, around the products, if I have my savings there already, can't I just transfer the savings to any product, or maybe if I want a building, if I want land, or if I want anything, or maybe if I would even like to put them elsewhere, is it possible? Yeah.
Okay.
That would be my question, yeah. Thank you.
All right, let's take those answers. I think it was majorly to Centenary. We'll start with Grace, and then we'll move over to NSSF.
Thank you very much. The question was, do we have plans to expand to the diaspora? Yes, we do. We already did. We are in Malawi, and it's doing very well. So the next area is, we are supposed to be going to, we are supposed to be going to Ethiopia. That's where we are going. Ethiopia is next. It was supposed to be Kigali, and there were some obstacles, so we are going to be going to Ethiopia. Yes, we are expanding. It is work in progress. It's slow, but it's there. Then your next question was, do we have other ways you can open an account or online? Yes, we do. We have an app. You can go to Google Store, and it's called Center on the Go. You can open an account without being in the country. And as long as you have your national ID, you'll be able to open an account and still keep and save. And again, we can even call us. We can help and assist you when we are that side, when you get challenges, but at least you can open online. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew, please.
Thank you for those questions. The first question was, let's assume in the past you were saving with NSSF for a number of years, and then you stopped saving. Assuming for argument's sake that at the time you left Uganda, your balance was 10 million shillings. Now you've been here 10 years. Each of the 10 years you were not saving with us, your 10 million shillings was earning interest, right? The first year you were away, that 10 million earned 1 million. The second year you were away, that 11 million earned more interest. So while you are away, the interest keeps accruing, regardless of whether you're making monthly contributions or not. So your balance keeps growing, right? And your physical cards being stolen does not affect your information standing at the fund, okay? We have mechanisms for you to recover your information, not recover from your side of view, for you to recover view of your information and balance. And now we have apps that you can download. If you remember the number you registered with, the phone number, if you remember you give us your father's name, your full name, and your data can be recovered and updated, right? So that's not a problem. The second question was related to savings. The last two questions were similar. Can I transfer my savings to buying a bond? Can I transfer my savings to buying a house? So many people ask this question because, yes, we have your savings, and yes, we are building houses. So many people think that, it's the same person, it's his houses. The question I have for you is, let's say for argument's sake, we transferred the 10 million shillings to a piece of land that we are selling, or to a house. Now you own a house. What if you decided to sell the house 1 week later? That would have been a very clever way of capturing your money before you turn 55. So the reason the mandatory scheme, the mandatory side of the business is very stringent is because it protects us from what they call longevity risk. Basically outliving your assets. So retirement planning is part of retirement. The government has a stake in ensuring that in your old age you have enough to live on. So that's why they create mandatory schemes. So that's the mandatory side of the business, which has very stringent rules. You can't get your money until you're 55. You can't get your money until you die. in which case you're not the one getting the money. But those things are social protection mechanisms. That's why the fund, after the amendments, came up with the Smart Life Flexi. Allow for someone to enjoy their savings while they're still here, right? By putting money aside that they can have access to. So if you look at the fund as having a mandatory side and a the Smart Life Flexi product allows you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our panelists deserve a clap. And I would like to declare this panel discussion closed. Is our MC here, Morris? Would you like me to announce anything? Are you giving out free checks? Since we talked about money the whole afternoon? Really?
Maggie, there's a photo moment for you and the panel. That's the only present I have for you.
No.
So the best I could do is allow you to join the panelists standing there at the front, and then let's have a photo. Can we appreciate the panel, ladies and gentlemen? We need the evidence that you are here with us. But also the employers need to know you've done a fantastic job. So the evidence that you are here and you are on a panel is this one. Maggie has done the honorable thing and invited the PS and the ambassador to join them, and the Dr. Chisanja. As they do that, can I request that we all be upstanding? Let us stand. We've been seated too long, especially after that heavy lunch. I was very impressed with the variety at lunch today. Usually that's not what you get outside of our home country. That's why a lot of you come back home when you have lost weight. So can we stretch a bit? Just stretch, try to find some space, and I'm helping you because of tomorrow's marathon. We are preparing for those of you who are going to walk 2.5 kilometers, me and the ambassador. So stretch, as we take this photo, stretch, find some space to twist and turn. I see the panel helped Rita. They answered some of her questions. So the opportunities are immense for you. If you want to be a passive saver and go for the passive investment options, those were mentioned. But if you also, Chairman, Chairman. So we will have the very last session now, really a testimonial. After that, we'll have the resolutions from our very first convention. And after the resolutions, we'll have the closing remarks from His Excellency the Ambassador. And we'll be done. Now we can sit. Please take your seats. Feel free to take your seat. And we want to appreciate Maggie and her panel. Maggie, thank you so much. We appreciate you, Maggie, for a job well done. Maggie said tomorrow she's running 15 kilometers. Catch her if you can. That's what she said. She's extremely fit. So two things are going to happen, as I mentioned. We have someone who's been working here as a diaspora senior counsel. He's a partner of Mawala Advocates. I want to invite Mr. Joseph Nuwamanya to come and share his testimony doing business in the diaspora. Can we welcome Joseph, ladies and gentlemen? He says he's going to be extremely brief, just to tell you that it's possible. You can have a successful business in the diaspora. And I hope he also adds the fact that he's investing his money back home. We want to know where he's putting his money. We want to know where, but URA will not know, don't worry, we will not tell URA. But we also want him to be able to share his example as a witness to what is happening in the diaspora and the fraternal relations we have with our hosts, the Tanzanians. And then finally, I'll invite our secretariat to run us through the resolutions, and then I'll invite the ambassador. But first, a testimonial from our very own. You're welcome, Joseph. Just switch on the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, everyone here, good afternoon. Mine is a simple job, and it is to share my experience, my journey here in Tanzania as a Ugandan, born and bred. A little bit about myself. Like you mentioned, my name is Joseph Nwamanya. I first came to Tanzania in 1999, and I've been living here. I came as a student on the exchange program, and that is courtesy of the relationship between Uganda and Tanzania. So from the from Makerere University, I was transferred to University of Dar es Salaam, and ever since I came, I have never gotten transport to go back to Uganda. That's why I'm still here. But having said that, allow me to share my experience both in the segments as a student, as an employee, as a businessman, and also as a member of the society. A little bit more about myself. I'm a partner at a law firm called Mawala Advocates, so a lawyer. It's located both here in Dar es Salaam, as well as we have a branch in Arusha. Actually, our office is located in Arusha with a branch in Dar es Salaam. It's one of the oldest law firms in Tanzania, and I've been at the law firm for the last 15 years as a partner. For my stay, it's in basically 3 categories. My first 4 years here were as a student at the university, and then I was employed by a top-tier law firm for about 7 years before I left, and then started my journey as a private practitioner and eventually as a businessman in a few areas of business here. I have a few pointers that I'd want to share with you, experiences. I won't talk about challenges. I don't think that's the agenda, really. But I'd want to speak about what can you do to make your stay and journey here a good one. How do you obtain objectives when you're here? So here are a few pointers. The first pointer for me is integration. So if you've left Uganda and you've come to Tanzania, how do you integrate into this society? Tanzania is in so many ways similar to Uganda, but it has its differences. The people and culture have their differences. So the first thing you have to really understand on what to do is to have a strategic plan on how to integrate into this society. Areas of integration include understanding the culture of the people. Okay, you have to know the people in Tanzania would prefer to live in certain ways. They are friendly, it takes time to trust, or they'd want you to meet them where they are. There's so many elements in which you have to understand how to deal with the people who you're going to definitely live with in this society. And one of the hacks I always tell people is learn the language. The moment you learn the language, Swahili, which is not very hard, I mean, speaking from having learned it after several years, would help you actually integrate quickly into society. Also, it is important for you as you integrate to make the right connections. Who are you meeting with? Who are you dealing with as you integrate into society? It's very important to know that if you go with the wrong people, then you're going to most definitely end up in the wrong circles. You have to be very strategic to ensure that you mingle and integrate with the right people who are going to help you meet your right purpose. So this includes your actual immediate friends that you meet with, the Tanzanians that you do meet as friends, but also the organizations that you join. Is it church? Is it other organizations such as Rotaract and all such organizations that help you? Is it a sports club? Is it running? Is it golf? So whichever of those, make sure that you are very strategic in those aspects you do. But also most importantly, and this I've learned from experience, and it doesn't matter if you're a student, employee, or business person, always ensure that you are connected to the Ugandan society and Ugandan community. That, at the end of the day, is always your home. Whether you're here for a long time or a short time, you always have to be connected to your people. So you're encouraged to be connected to the Association of Ugandans, whether they're students, whether they're business people, through the embassy. So that is always encouraged. That way you'll always get help and always get to have information on what to do. So from my experience, ever since we were students, we always had an organization that kept us going, and we've kept that organization going. I know most of us don't meet quite a lot, but we are members, and it is what keeps us going, and it's, for some reason, one of the reasons why we're here. The second hack that I would advise is to be compliant. And I say this with a lot of insistence. Be compliant, be law-abiding in terms of abide with the laws of the country. You know, as a foreigner, if you involve yourself in any unacceptable activities, that will definitely and most automatically affect your stay immediately. Most of the time, you'd probably get deported, or you'd face a lot of challenges, even in as far as renewing your stay or residence here. But I also know another thing or another aspect that I would encourage people to be compliant with is your immigration status. I know, and this has always been the case ever since 1999, keeping your immigration status here can be too much of a hack. It's not easy to get a work permit or a residence permit. It has always been hard. The fees, on the other hand, could also be a bit high for some of us. But I can tell you for free that that is a small price to pay. Because then if you don't comply, if you get in trouble, then the price will be much higher. But on the other hand, for your long-term purposes and planning, for instance, if you want to stay here more than 10 years and then perhaps apply for nationality and naturalize as Tanzanian, if you don't have a consistent track record of having stayed in Tanzania, then you're going to face problems in trying to naturalize or even get any other sort of naturalization or status in this country. So it's always and always advised to ensure that you're always compliant, however difficult it may be. We know there are those issues of stepping out for a moment, then you come back with a business visa, and then after a while you come back and get a visitor's pass 2-3 months every now and then. But at the end of the day, that is going to come bite you if you're in here for the long haul, absolutely. So that's the second aspect. For those who are employed, it's critical to understand that, and like I said before, that the culture in Uganda is different from the culture in Tanzania. So you have to understand where you are getting into, the people you are getting into. You have to understand that they are different from you and you're different from them. So they look at you in a certain way and you also look at them in a certain way. But I promise you that I believe, and I've seen this so many times, that most Ugandans can easily fit into a Tanzanian situation and vice versa. You just have to understand how to integrate yourself. So in the workplace, it's the same hack. Get in, do your job, understand what you need to do, and you'll be okay and all right. For those who are doing business, I believe we should have had a number of business people here, but first things first, understand the nature of business you want to do in Tanzania. That's for starters. And then two, look for professionals, find the right people, let them be lawyers, let them be auditors, let them be business setup experts to help you choose the right investment vehicle. The right investment vehicle will help you do business whichever way you're doing it, whether it's within Tanzania strictly, or if you're doing it cross-border from Uganda or any other country that you have relationships with. So, but choosing the right investment vehicle will help you streamline all your other aspects, including getting the right permits. So if, for instance, you want to do a small business and do just a business name, which is a partnership, you may face a bit of challenges in actually trying to get a work permit compared to someone who can get a company, which is not very expensive to incorporate. And once you have a company, you can still also apply and get, for instance, if you can meet the threshold, get the TIC or the Tanzania Investment Center. So that aspect would help you in so many ways to get your permits and for your colleagues quite easily compared to someone who doesn't have that status. So the strategic way of setting up your business or as an entity will help you get so many other benefits in that. But also, in the same light, choose credible service providers. If it's a bank, get the correct one. If it's a lawyer, if it's advisors, auditors, if you're doing your tax planning, have the right people do for you the right things. Because at the end of the day, compliance always turns out to be cheaper than solving quick problems. And because you are a foreign national, you stand a higher risk of reprimand compared to a local. So those are the hacks I have. I can say mine has been a long and incredible journey here. I have family here, spouse and children, fully integrated, and I've enjoyed my stay. I believe everyone, if you're compliant and if you do it the straight way and the right way, you will definitely have an incredible life here. Make friends. You can live completely, even independently, as a Ugandan within a Tanzanian society, and that will be you'll be very acceptable, very accepted, and very comfortable. With that, MC, I would say is my presentation, my take, and unless if there are any questions on that. Does anyone have any question they would want to understand better on how to do, and even on the legal aspect? Oh, there's a question there. There's a question.
The mic is coming. The mic is coming to you. Wait for the mic. Wait for the mic. These real estate people also.
Give her to.
These business people, they are very impatient. She's a teacher, but by profession, but a businesswoman. Okay, all right. I give you mine. Here, don't worry. Here.
You need to behave. Now I can talk to you properly and you can't respond because I have your mic. So, thank you so much for sharing your experience. You make it sound very feasible and easy and streamlined. But I'd like to know, what would you say personally was your biggest challenge and how did you overcome it?
Well, your name is?
Elena.
Elena. Great. Well, I had quite a number of big decisions to make. First was the decision to leave home and choose to settle here. So that was a hard one. until I made a choice. There's family involved, there's people involved. So yeah, that was hard. Two, there was a scare when I was coming initially as a student. I was told a lot of things, but in reality, I didn't find any of those things. And in my journey as an employee, also I was trying to do things here and there. I believe I've been to every region and district in Tanzania, and I would say it's doable. The other challenge I faced was perhaps in my earlier days I lacked mentorship on the things I've spoken about, on integration. Who do you meet with? Who do you deal with? Who do you associate yourself with? The first part of my stay in Tanzania, I was a student, and the Ugandans at the time used to stick in a bunch together with a few Tanzanian friends. Of course, the thought process at the time was that perhaps after uni would then be going back home. But alas to us, then we got opportunities where we had to stay. Now, because we'd been staying alone, we didn't have so many Tanzanian connections at the time. And then two, we hadn't sort of integrated into the culture properly. So then there was another culture shock getting into the job and the society environment after that, much as we'd spent about 4+ years here. So that was also a challenge, but we quickly caught up after a while, but it would have been better. So for me, those would have been, those I would say were the earlier challenges. But the other challenges I would say are applicable to everyone else, irrespective of whether they're Ugandan or Tanzanian, because then these are the ones that face everyone. It's about the environment of doing business. I promise you, it's getting better now than it used to be. There's a lot of improvement being made by the government of Tanzania on how to do business, on how to land, and how to do a lot of things. But I believe I still stand by my position that yes, it's very doable. It's very doable. Thank you. I hope that answers your question.
Can we appreciate Joseph one more time, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much. So, I mean, from my conversation, that it is actually very possible. Most importantly, and I want to thank you, Joseph, for this, is the issue of compliance. I think Ugandans are extremely smart that every time they are looking for how to dodge the processes. Na hivi tuwanange we call a process by process. That would be the most important. So here's what's going to happen, and I like the fact that this is a diaspora convention, the very first of its kind, and so we are learning on the go a couple of things. The very first one for me is that, Chair, the Secretariat has been picking the critical issues discussed today. And so the next steps will be that they will share with you the feedback from the meeting today as a committee, and you will then share your own feedback. But what we picked out, and this is from the Secretariat, and I really want to appreciate the Foreign Affairs team, is that from the conversations from the morning, the issues of citizenship and immigration are very vital to the diaspora community. And that's going to be an area of priority. And so where you believe there is still gaps, those should be shared with the mission and with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So that's been captured very clearly. The conversation around the sensitization of the critical issues within the diaspora, having listened to one of them as the dual citizenship and others, has been captured. And that is one of the matters that are going to arise out of the report, and that will be also shared with you. But most importantly is that the association must be engaged to understand where we sit and what is critical for you when it comes to issues of registration and citizenship. And I'm glad Nira was here to address the issues of registration. Joseph couldn't have highlighted this better. Compliance is very critical, not just compliance in business, but even compliance in matters of immigration while you're here in the diaspora. Your Excellency Ambassador, I don't know how you will do this, but I guess this is why commercial diplomacy has been critical. The matter of access to affordable financing for the people in the diaspora and the access to government programs for the people in the diaspora. This has been well captured, and the report will speak to this. The how is where now you have Chisanja and others, Doctor, who will help in catalyzing the how. Your Excellency Ambassador, there was the conversation on collaboration between the association and the mission and stakeholders. Because among the stakeholders you have even here in Tanzania or Dar es Salaam is URA and all the other sister agencies. How do we bring all of you on one table to continue talking to each other so that where there are gaps, those are filled? And for me, finally, Your Excellency, is these conventions. They're very critical, and I think that is why we're here. And I wanted to request that we appreciate the High Commission and the association for bringing us together. So those have been captured, and this will be shared with you and the team so that you then can highlight what is more critical for you. But before I invite the ambassador to give us the last word, I want to talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow is very exciting because, Your Excellency, I discovered some people thought the convention was where we are going to be tomorrow. Now, that is quite interesting, and we were having an interesting conversation on why people seem to be more excited about Azawi than this meeting where we are discussing very critical issues. So can I get those posters? The very first one we want to talk about is the marathon. So from 5:30, the High Commission will be open so that you get set to kickstart our marathon. So the route chart will be availed at the High Commission tomorrow. And I thought the TENCO team will share with us the graphics. Cleo, if we can get the graphics for the marathon. So starting at 6:30, because we have elite athletes who will be coming to Uganda to run in the Rwenzori Marathon, and they will be using tomorrow as a platform to highlight their interest in the Rwenzori Marathon. And so those elite runners will start on time. We cannot wait for Ugandans for elite runners. We will start on time, with or without you present, right? So based on what you registered for, whether it's 15, 10, 5, or 2.5, each will be flagged off on time. So if you come late, you will join whatever category you will find, which means you may run less than you initially registered for. Please pick your kits if you're here and you registered before you leave. The others will then have to get their kits tomorrow. But we start with the very first race at 6:30 a.m. And we expect that by 5:30 we should all be starting to arrive at the embassy, at the High Commission for the marathon. And finally, as I'm waiting for the graphics, is the networking gala, where we have our very own Azawi, Cleo. I also had of a DJ Sese. All right, there you go. You are the people who know this. Me and Ambassador don't know, but we are just going to come. So this will be after 4 p.m. tomorrow. Gives you enough time after the run to go home and change and come to get entertained and network with the Ugandans in the diaspora. So the details are available. I'm sure you have them on your platforms, but also they're available. I thought we would show them on the screen. So while you're still around and networking, while some of you are still registering and enrolling for the national ID, we will continue to share this information. So please come from 5:30 tomorrow morning, and let's also join the diaspora community tomorrow from 4 p.m. for the networking gala. As soon as I have those graphics on, you will be able to see, but you have the posters. So may I request that we just have a couple of photos. The very first photo, of course, Your Excellency here, with our KISS partners and stakeholders. So the photographers, Christiana, and our Buzz Events team. We have the very first photos. Ambassador, please come, and all the stakeholders, the government agencies that are here, and of course our private sector partners. That's the very first photo. The next photo is with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs team and the mission, our mission here in Tanzania. And then after, I'll invite the ambassador. He'll have the last word. We'll not do anything after that. So we'll do the photos. So this is the first one with the key partners. Then I'm inviting the embassy team, please, after this. Please get closer, and Minister of Foreign Affairs, because we need to have you in this picture. Our partners, private sector, I don't see our other stakeholders, Post Bank and Housing Finance. Please come. It would be nice to have all of you in this picture. And then I'll have the mission team and Foreign Affairs. Yes, I see my chairperson. Don't worry. Let's first have this one. Yes. Private sector. There you go. Now, after this, we'll have the mission team. All right, may I request our embassy staff, please come and join us. Let's have, I'll request the chairperson to remain, and the ambassador and the Dr. Chisanja, you remain. The others will take their seats. I'll invite the embassy staff. I'm glad my PS is here now. Embassy staff and the Minister of Foreign Affairs team, please. Buzz Events, some very nice music, Uganda music. All right, so after this photo, the ambassador will give us a closing statement, and then we'll have a general group photo at the end of everything before I introduce any last announcements. So Your Excellency Ambassador, you're welcome to make closing statements. We'll have everybody after. We want you to close. Yes. Ambassador, you close, then I bring everybody. I don't want them to stand and go back. So you close our meeting. Then we'll have a group photo, all of us. We'll join you.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I'd like to thank God for enabling us, first of all, to give us the gift of life and the blessings to do what we have been able to do up to today. I thank God for the journey mercies who brought you all the way from wherever you came from and who has enabled us to cover what we were supposed to cover today. I want to thank all those institutions that allowed their technical people to come. And I want to thank all of you for all the efforts that you have put in to make sure that your presentations are nutritious. I'm very sure that all of you have a big package that we have gone with, so we thank you, and we believe that you are going to utilize the information that has been given to you to make yourself even much better than what you were. We thank State House for sending Dr. Hilary to come and really share a bit of the history of where Uganda has come from and where we are. And I want to assure you that the future is even more brighter and will be more enjoyable than the little we have managed to cover to date. So you young people, you have a bright future. But what I really call upon you, what I advise you, is that you have to be disciplined. You have to be disciplined. People have talked here, compliance, that my little experience here is that here there is authority, and authority is respected. That's why you heard the young lawyer here talking of compliance. You have to be very compliant, and compliance emanates from discipline. Otherwise, Tanzania is a beautiful country, a very, very friendly country. We have a history with Tanzania. I was telling some people that last month on the 11th and 12th and 13th, we were in Kampala. We were celebrating 46 years since Mwalimu Nyerere, the father of this nation, launched President Museveni to the political scene of Uganda. That's when TPDF and Jeshi la Wananchi joined Chikosi Maalum and Fronasa to fight against Idi Amin, who had attacked Tanzania, but who had caused more havoc in Uganda. And from that time, okay, we have gone through a lot of hurdles, but at least we have stabilized. And the foundation came from this country. And that's why our president, God gave him a way to thank Tanzania when we discovered the oil and said to dig it out of the ground, and he chose Tanzania as the best route to deliver our oil to the world market. So this pipeline serves as an umbilical cord between Tanzania and Uganda. It's a permanent cord that will bind us together forever. So we should use this relationship, the blood brotherhood, the oil pipeline, the pipeline that is being planned, the gas pipeline. We want to buy gas from Tanzania to Uganda. We are also planning another pipeline for finished products, petroleum products, what they call white products, is being planned. And so these three pipelines will be between Uganda and Tanzania. So there will be a lot of opportunities between Uganda and Tanzania, and it will definitely employ very many Ugandans and many Tanzanians. But you have to be compliant, you have to be disciplined. If you want to do business, register and make sure you fulfill all the requirements. Otherwise, you'll enjoy Tanzania. And most Ugandans actually don't know about Tanzania. Most Ugandans are ignorant of Tanzania. But Tanzania is a very peaceful country, friendly country, has beautiful places to offer for honeymoons, holiday makers. But what I find interesting is people know actually Kenya, Mombasa, than actually, but Dar es Salaam is a beautiful place for honeymooners, for holiday makers, and Zanzibar is even the best. Even Arusha, every part of Tanzania is very good for Uganda. And now we have got the direct flight. Ugandan flies daily. So definitely it is now much easier to come to Tanzania. It is now much easier to do business between Uganda and Tanzania, as long as you are very disciplined and you follow the rules sometimes there is negative propaganda that the race has been stopped or this has been stopped. If they detect any default in the system between the trade between Uganda and Tanzania, they stop until everything is rectified. So really here, I want to assure Uganda that you have to be very, very compliant, and then you'll enjoy your stay. Otherwise, all these issues that have been raised here, I want to tell you that we are handling every issue at the bilateral level between Uganda and Tanzania to make sure that all the non-tariff barriers, even barriers related to taxes, are removed so that we realize free movement of goods and people and everything, as long as we are within the laws and rules and policies. But when you discuss with, if I can share with you the little information I gather, is really the worries of these leaders here is the land issue, for example. They think that Ugandans can take the land, but we tell them, but look, the land cannot be taken. The land will remain here, but what is required is we can allow. Now, they can allow you to come and invest. If you have got, you come as an investor, you can, as long as your investment is above $100,000, you can invest in anything you want to do here. You can even lease land and do business as long as you are compliant with what they require. But also, what they fear is the indiscipline. See, the indiscipline, if you have too much democracy, you don't, like this case of this lady who was arrested here, they don't allow, they don't entertain indiscipline of any sort. That's why they have kept their country very stable and very predictable, because for them, they are really strict with the discipline. So, if we are disciplined, because they see what the press reports, what they write about, here the press is disciplined also, is very disciplined, unlike our press in Uganda. So all these negative headlines scare even our neighbors, they scare even investors. But here, everything is well controlled. That's why this country is very, very stable. But for us, otherwise, we have the best, and we can really integrate, we can work together, and we make our region very peaceful and very easy to trade. Now the trade is going up, but we would like to see the trade between Uganda, also from Uganda to Tanzania also increase, like what is happening now with Tanzania. The inflow from Uganda is high, and we are working on I want to assure you that Kayora buses, are gaining a lot of popularity here. And we are working with 2 groups now to make sure that Kayora buses come to the roads of this Dar es Salaam city. Those who live in Dar es Salaam, you see the infrastructure that is being developed. They have got about 10 lots, and these 10 lots require about 4,000 plus buses. Okay? So there is only 1 lot or 2 operating as a test run. But Tanzania is looking at our factory in Jinja to buy buses from there. So I want to assure you that if our government can put in more effort to make sure that they produce, they have sent samples here and they are very happy. So in the next 2 years, we should see our buses on this road, on this market here. So Chisanja, you better tell those authorities that they invest in ginger buses. Otherwise, my 4,000 buses, even if we supply 1,000, that's a good market, but the market is here. Okay? Then the other investment that we have brought, we have taken to Uganda. I mean, from here, Tanzania is the fertilizer factory. There is a big fertilizer factory, organic fertilizer factory in Dodoma, and we have been working with those investors. They are from Burundi. They have a big investment in Burundi, and they are here, very big modern factory. This factory uses fertilizers from cow dung and phosphates, and they have got land in Kampinisha, and we want to build a very big factory. The president gave them land, and all the hurdles have been overcome, but it has taken long, 2 years, almost 2 years and a half. But you see, for us, we are very slow but steady, and this investment is going also to take place. The other one is the cashew nuts. My president believes that cashew nuts can bring incomes to the north, especially these who still have big land, and they need something that can bring in cash flows like coffee, and it can also preserve the environment. So here, the government is willing to give us mbegu, free seeds. And there is in Tanzania already who has bought 10 square miles and is planting a lot of cashew nuts. So this Tanzania can receive these mbegus and multiply them to make seedlings so that you can supply to Ugandans. And that arrangement is also going on, and I'm very sure shortly it will also start bring some. Otherwise, cashew nut is a very, very good business. But I want to tell you that there are many opportunities taking place, and it is through these platforms that we create such a fellowships, these conventions, that we get to know more about what is happening between the two countries, and there is more to be done. So the banks could start doing more research, more information gathering from these projects I've talked about, so that you start attracting your clients to come and look at these areas. But we have come a long way. For example, we didn't have the telephone connectivity, was very difficult, but we have been fighting steadily. Now you can call Uganda and very easily. They have also now finally come to one area network, which wasn't the case. Now I think you can call Uganda very easily. And so the infrastructure towards Uganda from Tanzania is being improved tremendously. The roads, tarmac roads, the SGR, the water transport, all aimed at doing efficient business between Uganda and Tanzania. So all these things are improving the trade between the two countries. And along the border, there is what they call Jirani Mwema. Jirani Mwema allows the two peoples to trade freely 10 kilometers inside each country without any problem. So that one also assists Ugandans and Tanzania to trade very freely along the border. But otherwise, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank my staff for creating this situation to allow Ugandans to meet, and it is going to be replicated in all these countries of accreditation, so that at least Ugandans can get information about their own country, so that this misconception and ignorance about your own country is completely eliminated. So I thank everybody who has participated. I thank our MC, I thank the presenters, and all the brains behind this day and tomorrow. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we appreciate His Excellency the Ambassador? As the last word, he's coming here, so we are all taking a picture. Members of the diaspora, please come. All of us are here. We shall use the stairs and make sure we have 3 lines. Honorable, will we appear, all of us? Yes, that's a good idea. Cleo, if I could get some people to bring the chairs forward, so others will stand here on the side. Please come, diaspora, stakeholders, partners, all of us. We want to be in this picture. This will go down in history as the very first Uganda Diaspora Convention here in Dar es Salaam. So this picture is very important. Let's use the other chairs. It's okay. We can use the other ones. Just bring them forward. Cleo, if we could get the other chairs, and then we just move them forward. The rest of us will stand at the back and others here on the side. Cameraman, you will tell us who is hiding, where they are hiding, and so we can have everyone in one picture. All right? So let's see how to get all of you in one picture. It would be nice. The other option would have been these ones, Cleo, because these ones are easier, but the white ones can also do. All right? So all of us, let's make your way. Sure you can be seen in the picture. So you have to be within the camera frame. All right? Let's ensure everyone is within the camera frame. Everyone has to be in this picture. Where you? Everyone has to be in this picture. Can we have everyone there? Maggie missing in that picture. Maggie, you should be in that picture. Maggie, you're presenting us. Maggie, you should be representing us in that picture. Yes. All right, so cameraman, you will tell us who is outside of the picture frame. Let us know. We also have the stairs on the side. If we can make sure we have those stairs used, huh? On the side. There you go. Christiana, we want to make sure you have everyone in the frame. If you don't have Christiana, let us know. And we'll have a big smile as a diaspora. This is the one picture all of us will share in our platforms and make everyone jealous they were not here. All right? And so who is the cameraman we are looking at? First of all, where? Which camera? There you go. So there is the camera in the middle. Yes. All right? So 3, 2, your best smiles. 1 and 0. All right? Now, that is the official picture. We will need the unofficial picture where you're doing whatever you want to do with your hands, with your whatever. Just don't touch anyone. Just don't touch anyone. Just ensure you're safe. So you can raise your hands. You can do whatever you want. All right. 3, 2, 1. Cheers! There you go. That should be nice. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. See you tomorrow morning. The details are on the screen. Pick kit. Pick your running kit on your way out. We have our details on the screen. See you at the embassy tomorrow morning, 5:30 a.m. and later at 4 p.m. Cocoa Bar at 5 p.m. at Bravo Coco at 5 p.m. Tell a friend to tell a friend, as always in town.